What's up, 1977 Stardust? Hey, what's going on? So, Stardust, I'm pretty sure you're new here, but what we're going to do is we're going to roll this 20-sided die, and it's going to pick one of these four knives out, and we're going to cut cardboard up with it till I run out of cardboard or we hit the 4-hour mark. So, let's take a guess. Which one do you think the die is going to pick? We've got a Gerber Paraframe, we've got a Ganzo Firebird, we've got this Tac Force right here, or the SOG Terminus XR. Which one do you think we're going to get? Don't be shy. 6 to 10. Hey, what's up, OJ? All right. Well, let's see if your guess is correct. My guess is it's going to be 16 through 20 and give me the most painful one we have here. Yeah, this is a Ganzo right here. I do have a few. I'm not a fan of Ganzo, but I want to test the 440C versus the 440 from 1980 that we did a while back. I got a 1. So we're doing the Terminus XR, and we are checking the Cryo D2 to see how this handles a cardboard slayer. And again, this knife is fantastic if it just wasn't for this garbage ass pocket clip. Let me put these guys up here. Let's put this out of the way. And we're going to do our first cut test to see how sharp it is before we get in there. Let's see if I want to strop it before we get going. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be stropped. We're just going to go in on this thing. And Jason Beecher, what's up? 77 alive and kicking. I don't know if you know this, but we got 4 more of the action figures. I finally got batteries for them. So we're going to go ahead and open with one of these guys before we kick this off. Where are you? We're looking for the song. That'll do. All right, so let's get our first piece of cardboard out. We're going to start with something relatively mild and go from there. But what have you guys been getting into today? I went and took care of getting a haircut for the first time in months, and bought 11 $1 scratch-off tickets and 1 nothing, and then tried to go back to sleep because I got up early to get the haircutting place right as they opened, so I didn't have to sit and wait. We rolled a 1, and we got the Terminus XR. All right, that's a good cut, fairly comfortable. Doesn't feel like we got just barely the hint of a hollow grind. And this cardboard is really tough. We're opening strong. Collecting asparagus? Does that grow in the woods? Like, I've never seen, like, domestic asparagus being grown. But I would have figured that would have been more like a, you know, out in the open with full sunlight, not in the woods. Unless you mean something a little more sinister by asparagus. Like some devil's cabbage. Justin, Ohio, what's up, dude? A pulling tractor. Oh, that is cool. That is really cool. I don't have anything. I don't think I got anything that neat sitting out in my garage except for some blacksmithing gear. But that is extremely cool. Yeah, I have to assume the wild ones are better than cultivated. Once you cultivate stuff, it starts homogenizing and losing its flavor and turning into a monoculture that ain't the best thing in the world. It's just the most cost-effective to produce. Oh, you got vids up? Nice. I need to make sure I'm subscribed. I thought I was. I'll have to check that after the stream because I can't really pull away from the stream on my primary account. Oh, this cardboard is not having this. What's up, dude? So we're taking this SOG Terminus XR and we're doing edge retention testing on it, just slicing up cardboard for the next few hours and hanging out and shooting the shit with you guys. So normally once we get a crowd in here and we figure out our topics of conversation, we have a pretty good time. Well, yeah, dude, that's part of why I do the videos too. Like, I don't have a huge subscriber count or anything. I'm still doing these because, one, I enjoy it, and B, because I can't say number two with a straight face. You know, if something happens to me, then like my wife and kids and all that have something to go back and look at. You know, I got a people or two that I've lost that, you know, I would kill to have some videos of them doing their thing. Like, that would be amazing. But, you know, that was in the before times, you know, before everybody had a phone and could do this, you know, from their phone with no effort. I am into guns, but I am too poor to really chase that hobby. I've got my basic get out of trouble kit, and that's all I have. There's a 1911 chambered in 45, a 1911 chambered in 22. There is a 12 gauge, and then there is a 22 rifle. So if shit really hits the fan, I have enough to keep my ass covered while I get out. And, you know, if that ain't enough to keep me covered and I get taken out, it's not my problem anymore anyways. Ah, we rolled a 1, so we got the Terminus XR. That's what happened. And we're going in on some cardboard. But yeah, that's one of those things, you know, like, I don't carry because I'm not trained to handle a situation escalating like that, and I can't afford for something to happen to any of those guns. I'm trained to shoot on the range and put holes in paper, and I haven't done that in forever. But, you know, I'm not trained to handle a situation escalating, and I don't want to be responsible for, you know, unaliving somebody that could have been avoided because the situation escalated and I shot out of fear or panic when I didn't need to. All right, Fook. Yeah, just pop in when you can. I think I've got enough cardboard to pull us through 4 hours, but I got literally every single scrap of cardboard in the house I could find. And I don't have a pizza box, but I have something more impressive for you guys later, because you know I spoil you. So we don't get to, you guys don't get to celebrate the pizza box, but you get something better. And I'm still bummed out that the hander pants didn't really take the abuse we were putting it through. You know what? I'm going to put them on, and we're going to wear them the rest of the way out, is what we're going to do. So, like, we got these at the request of the guys watching the lives, my regulars. And I kind of figured they might hold up, but this seam right here split. And I'll probably go upstairs and sew these back up after the stream's over, just to see if we can keep them alive a bit longer. But we got the hander pants. Well, you guys asked for the hander pants, and they were cheap enough to acquire, so I was able to deliver. And no, the hander pants don't protect my hands from the wear and tear of the knife. If you're new here, something that we run into right here is the channel right here along the back rides right here on my finger, and I'm getting a hell of a callus. So I do folders primarily because that's what I can carry. Like, I can't carry a fixed blade at work. I work at a food library and I have to be dressed business casual, so all I can do is folders that can be hidden away. And I don't have any OTFs because, again, those are expensive and I haven't had the money for it. I could buy a really cheap OTF and then be unhappy with it, or just wait until I can afford a good one like a Microtech. Or Or maybe when I got a few extra bucks in the bank, catch a Lightning OTF when they sell some blims, whenever that happens again. I know one guy in one of my Facebook groups picked up a stack of blims for like 20 bucks a pop, but I haven't seen blims for sale on the website. I don't know if you have to know the guy or you got to contact him or what, but like I asked about it when he posted it and never got a response. Yeah, so, and you know, the other thing too is I'm on a stupid tight budget. Like this channel has evolved into just finding nothing but, you know, finding the best of the best among the $30 or less knives, and we found a whole bunch of great ones so far. You know, I've got some nicer stuff. I've got a Bug Out CF Elite. I've got the Bug Out an M390 with the aluminum scales. Got a Cold Steel AD10. I've got a Cold Steel Frenzy. I've got a Cold Steel Mayhem on the way, which if you didn't see the community post, for some reason, I was told it's LA Police Gear that's selling it, which is a legit company, but they had a bunch of Cold Steels for like $6-8 a pop. So I ordered a Cold Steel Mayhem for $6, and we're waiting to see if it comes in and waiting to see whether or not the order gets canceled and a refund gets sent. So we don't know what happened there, but just tons of them for next to nothing. But I do have some nicer stuff, but you know, we ended up being mostly in the $30 to $50 range or the $10 to $20 range, depending on what I find that day. Like I just did a review video on an $8 Duratech knife that is absolutely fantastic. That went up this morning. Yeah, no, it's a $6 Cold Steel Mayhem. So what we're trying to figure out, because that showed up in one of my higher end Facebook groups and everybody went and jumped on it. We're trying to figure out if they're actually going to show up, which will be the beginning of May, or if the order is going to get canceled or something like that. Because I don't think you could even get, I don't think a clone of the Mayhem has hit the market yet. I haven't seen one, but I don't think you could even buy a clone for $6, let alone, you know, let alone a real one. So either they were trying to liquidate a lot of inventory overnight, or some mistakes were made. Which I'm kind of hoping it was mistakes, and they have to, they honor it because, well, we all paid for it and got order confirmations. Because like I did get my order confirmation from Amazon, so I'm not sure how that. So yeah, oh yeah, they're like. Yeah, I understand stuff being too big for the fifth pocket. That being said, if I had a fifth pocket to carry with at work, I would definitely have like a whole second run of knives that I was reviewing alongside the primaries. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it again goes back to business casual. Like, basically, I work at the Target of grocery stores compared to the Walmart. You know, like I've gone into other stores and guys are wearing their they're wearing their own you know, civilian clothes, and they just got an apron on over it. It's like, you son of a bitch! I'd love to be able to be that comfortable, but no. Yeah, like I'm really hoping I get it, because like I've been eye humping the Mayhem since it dropped. It, like, if you've been around for a minute, you know I love my pocket swords. I love pocket cleavers. I just got an O Knife Garin, and I'm gonna start carrying my Artisan Proponent for review this week. I was edging on that Proponent, trying to get through some of the lower tier stuff just to see how it does. And when the Gar came in, the O Knife wound up being $13 out of pocket after I burned some Amazon points off and caught it on sale, like 30% off sale. So now I can go ahead and carry the Proponent and edge with the Gar for a while. And if that Mayhem shows up, I'm gonna have to figure out how to carry that, because it's got the I think it's got the thumb plate that opens the knife kind of like an Emerson Wave does, and I don't know how that's going to work sitting in the waistband. that's put me off of buying a few knives, but I have to get the Mayhem at that price. Yeah, and you know, part of the thing is being on a budget is I have to be. That's just the kind of funding that I have right now, and the other part is, again, it's fun finding diamonds in the rough. You know, I've done 2 10-part series, or well, more than 10 parts on the second one, but I call it the Super Budget Showdown, and I'll buy 10 knives that are $15 or less, and I'll put them head to head to see which one, you know, comes out on top. And the first one, I found like 2 really, really solid bangers. One of them is 15, one of them is 12, and it might be 13 by now. And then the other Super Budget Showdown I did was Temu. And let me tell you right now, knives from Temu suck. Yeah, like, it is interesting occasionally seeing what you can get out there for $200-300, but you know, it eventually hits a point where it's like, I've seen these expensive knives a million times. Let's check out some affordable stuff. Let me see. Oh yeah, no, 1977. I'm using it. I'm not giving away a Cold Steel Mayhem that I got for that price. That is mine. I've been after that since they dropped. But I was gonna say, you know, and one of the other things I really hate, and this shows up on Temu knives, when guys get their Temu haul, is oh, thanks, Jason. But they'll get their Temu haul, and they'll be like that, and be like, this knife is awesome, man. Like, get these for your friends too. They don't actually use it. And that's the same thing with the Walmart Axis Lock knives from this last holiday season. One of those that came from the factory was fatally flawed. Like, it bordered on being unusable because the channel that the Axis Lock rides in between the top of the blade and the flipper tab here was badly malformed. And you really couldn't open it with the Axis Lock or close it with the Axis Lock. And even the flipper tab, it felt like crap using it. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I really appreciate that. But you know, they didn't even bother using the Axis Lock to open it. They did the same thing. Like, they closed it like this. They hit the flipper tab, closed it like this again, hit the flipper tab, and like, these things are fantastic. Get them for your friends this holiday. And I was like, no, sir, I've actually used mine. There is a gigantic problem that makes this practically unusable. Sir, you're not doing your job as a knife guy on YouTube. Yes, that's part of how these live streams came into existence. You know, the live streams came into existence doing this is, you know, it'd be nice to have some proof that these things actually went through the abuse that you say they went through. When you're doing a review later, like this, we'll get a video in the aftermath to tell everyone how it did, because not everyone wants to sit through an entire live stream to find out. Yeah, great. I got another insanely tough piece of cardboard. And this grind does not like cutting these seams apart very easily. By the way, one of my regulars said that the last live stream that I did, the cuts in the cardboard sounded like nails on a chalkboard. The sound was horrifying. Let me know how bad the sound of the cardboard being cut is. I'm kind of curious if that was on his end or my end. But yeah, no, I definitely get the 5th pocket carry, man. Like, you know, the crazy pocket swords and stuff like that aren't for everybody. But, you know, personally, if I'm not carrying a pocket sword of some sort, then I'd like the blade to be around 3 inches. Like, and that's pretty much the standard for, I think, everybody. 3 inches is about there in the butter zone for, you know, quality and daily use. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Okay, it doesn't sound bad. That's what I thought. But no, back in 1989 when I was in 4th grade, somebody, I can't remember who, gave me a tiny Swiss Army knife. Nobody had ever said there's a rule that you can't carry a knife to school. Like, that had never been said, the world was totally different back then. So I bring it to school and I'm using it to cut up an apple, and somebody looked under the table to see my hands and saw it there and reported it. And then I wound up getting sent home, and there was a whole thing. And it's just like, well, y'all could have told me that was a thing first, guys. Y'all really could. I wasn't doing nothing wrong with it. But yeah, where I went to middle school and high school, if people were carrying knives, there would have been actual deaths. People would have been unalived. I must say, while the ergos on this are really good, but the grind on this is not the best. At least not the best for this. When I did carry it, it did the basic tasks I needed it to, but for doing Cardboard Slayer, this ain't the best grind. Yeah, I definitely understand that. Like, I haven't been around the sea, but I've worked in areas where we have a lot of nitrogen in the environment, a lot of fertilizer and stuff like that, and I've seen how stuff corrodes like that, corrodes stupid fast. And unless you're trying to do it intentionally for a patina, yeah, you don't want your knives to corrode like that. I'm trying to remember, there are other stainless steels that are kind of in the budget end. That being said, like, I'm not the most well-versed, knock off! I'm not the most well-versed guy on the planet. I'm not some kind of expert. You know, I'm just getting into this stuff and, you know, learning it and showing you guys what's out there. So, like, I'm learning along with you guys on a lot of this stuff. But, yeah, I know there are other stainless corrosion-resistant steels in the budget range. But, like, I think knockoff knives. Oh, yeah, no, salt will mess a lot of stuff up. 12C27. Yeah, the CR series steels are pretty stainless too, from what I've read. Yeah, one thing I like that I don't see often enough that I can afford is like copper and brass scales. I've got a Boker Plus Strike automatic with copper scales on it, and like I've carried it and it's seen a good bit of sweat, but it still hasn't patinaed out. It's just got some gunk showing up in the low spots. That's something I'd love to see a good patina on that I could seal. And if I was confident taking an automatic knife apart, then I would go in there and do it myself, but I haven't had an automatic apart yet, and I'm not in the mood to learn. All right, man, I appreciate you coming in. We'll be here for a few hours in case you're able to come back. Yeah, like I am familiar with what silage is, but unless it's like, I don't know, got the high moisture content so it doesn't dry out for the animals, I'm assuming cows, how does that wind up providing patina? Like, is it just the moisture content in the silage, or? And sorry it took so long, but it took me a second to figure out silage because I've never used the word. I've seen it when guys are talking about like what they put in their cow feed. So knockoff silage is not excrement. It's feed for cattle, and you know, that'll be leftovers from corn stalks, like harvesting other plants and stuff that you can get that would have been otherwise thrown out by some manufacturers. Like some silage will have like stuff like Skittles in it, stuff like that for a little bit extra sugar content. Things of that nature. I'm guessing the fermented grass is part of what keeps it organic versus like the leftovers from, you know, food manufacturing and, you know, some of the harvesting stuff and all that. Yeah, so I was just saying there is grain that has candy in it. And that comes from manufacturers off their you know, the runs where they're switching stuff and have, you know, mixes of flavors and stuff like that that they don't want to sell. And just extra sugar, a little bit extra energy for the cows. If you've left anything outside in the southeastern part of the United States for a little bit too long, and it sits outside for a few days, you go and get some corrosion on it. Like, it's just gonna happen. Like, you'd be amazed how much rust the stainless steel knife will pick up just being left outside for a while in the southeastern part of the U.S. Like, it gets hotter and more humid than the underside of Satan's balls. And if you want to know misery, try a 111 degree Fahrenheit day when it's like 95% humidity. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Like, that's definitely not an organic thing. Which I'm assuming part of that, just having harder to find silage, is probably part of what drives the cost up on organic stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's fermented grass, but you need a ton of it, and not everybody has a mountain of fermented grass waiting for you to pick up. But yeah, if you've ever been in the southeastern U.S. during a heat wave, like, that will corrode the hell out of stuff, and it will rust stainless steel pretty damn fast. Vanax I haven't heard talked about much. I think I've seen people mention it with some other steels like Elmax and Cruair and all that, but I'm not entirely sure where that falls in the hierarchy of steels. Like I said, I'm certainly no expert. I am learning this as I go. Man, just give me some easy cardboard next time. Please, pile of cardboard. And that's the thing right now with the remnants of the cardboard from the last several live streams. Like, I have the stuff I wanted to cut the least piled up over here. Oh, and I did do the assembly video on the last of the Gen knife kits, the G10 blade ones. So that'll be showing up soon. I just didn't bother starting to upload before I did this. I got really bored. Yeah, those rock cutting saws, the blades will be tough. They're not going to have the highest carbon content. But if you're out there really wailing on them, then they're definitely gonna they're gonna show edge wear a bit faster. It's like 1095 isn't the best in the world for edge retention. It gets used by custom knife makers because it's easy to heat treat, and you know exactly what you're getting with it. You know, something like, and 1095 is also abundant. You know, if knife makers could run Elmax affordably and do an easy heat treatment on it, we'd see a lot of that coming out of the custom guys. Yeah, and like out here, it's old sawmill blades from way back when, before you had the what's the word I'm looking for? The carbide tipped blades. You know, once you get into the carbide tip blades, you got a soft steel, and it's just got the carbide tip, the carbide tips soldered onto it, and you can't really use that steel for knives. Yeah, 1095 is really tough if you get your heat treatment dialed in. But the heat treatment process on 1095 is very, very well known by now. So it's kind of hard to screw that up. Trying to remember one of the other really hard steels guys will use. It's the ball bearing steel. Like Leaf Springs 5160. That's about as popular as a brain fart. 1095 and 15 and 20 for I think I said 15 and 20, but that's about as popular. Yeah, no, 5160 spring steel is about as popular as 1095 and 15 and 20 for making knives. 52100, that's what I'm thinking of. 52100 made from a ball bearing steel. Those things are hard as hell. Like, those wind up being a bit more brittle than 1095, but supposedly they hold an edge really good. Now, I tried to play with some 15 and 20, and even after annealing it several times, Punisher! Knock off, come back with a new mustache! But, yeah, damn it, I forgot the steel again. 52100. That's supposedly really, really strong in edge retention. And I've tried drilling a hole in some of that after I annealed it like several times. And it just annihilated every drill bit that I offered it. Finally, an easy piece of cardboard to cut. So we got 6 in here. We got 5 in here watching. I am the other one on an alt account reading comments. You know I spoil you guys. I could be doing this as ASMR for OnlyFans. Just that for a few hours. That would be amazing. Knockoff knives here, coming at you from the library. Shh. I gotta go. They don't like it when I talk. Shh. Sorry if that blew your speaker out. I didn't think about that particular consequence. Yeah. Bro, you got to get yourself a 10-foot charger cable. That's like what I do. If I'm watching it, if I'm doing anything, basically, unless I'm at work or away from the house, like my phone just stays on the charger, and I can basically go wherever I want with it. Like, there aren't a lot of spaces in the house that I spend time where I don't have access to a charger. I mean, you could, if you had a editing software and all the sheboygan, you could just do time-lapse videos. You drawing those things out. The one thing you'd want is like some kind of physical object afterwards to show the design properly for your audience. But you could frame that as kind of an art thing or something like that, and do that. You know, it's just the ability to do the time lapse on your process is what would set that off. I know what you're talking about. Like, those days are long gone, but I do know what you're talking about. Because I've had phones with batteries like that years and years ago. I remember when my Samsung Galaxy 3, the battery on that, I think they did the iPhone thing where they updated it so the battery wouldn't hold a charge so you'd replace it. But I ended up having to get a battery to put in the back where the battery replaced the factory battery, but it was like 4 times the size, and it weighed as much as a truck battery. But you know, it kept that phone going. Like, you could keep it going for like 4 days without bothering to charge it, and it'd be fine. I think you could do the time lapse, cutting that down to 10 minutes, and then you could stop the time lapse and show some of the highlights, and then pick the time lapse back up. You know, you may want to clear yourself a little more than 10 minutes, and do some voiceover work too. All right, man. I will see you in an hour. We'll be here doing this unless something changes. And if you're still here, Punisher, I don't have a pizza box, but I got something better for you guys. No, I get what you're saying, and that's where you would time lapse your way through that. And then if you got good background music, you could stop on a couple of the highlights, just some of the more interesting parts, or even random parts that just show like the tools being used to make the drawings, and then pick it back up, and then you show the finished product at the end, at least the finished design. And at some point, you're just going to have a prototype or something based on that design to show the audience. You know, it may be like my journey to this knife, and whatever you've named it, that would do the trick. But there are ways to pull that off. And one thing that I'm really jealous of, that only place I've seen it in use is Dies in Every Film Customs, but plasma cutting table where you draw whatever you want, and a camera on the cutter tracks that and turns that into your file, and then it cuts the exact thing you drew out on there. Like, that would be fun for prototyping knives. Oh, I mean, that works too if you got a capture card. You know, you kind of, that's where it, like the better channels I've seen that do stuff like that, they'll switch between the capture card catching all the drawings and time lapse, and then slow down, and then it's the camera focused on them doing the clicky button thing on it, and then back to the time lapse, and then you got your finished knife. Now, that being said, that would take a lot of time to do, and that may not be how you want to do it, but that's an option. Yeah, I'm just spitballing ideas. Damn, it's already been 40 minutes. Oh, it's going good, Midnight. We're just up here cutting stuff up. I got really bored, and my kid's tied up, so we can't really run any Fortnite. So I figured, you know what? We'll burn up the rest of the cardboard that I have down here. Or burn up 4 hours, whichever one comes first. So I've gone through and pulled every piece of cardboard. I haven't watched Joe X yet. That dropped while I was still doing other stuff. And I'll save that for later when I'm sitting there bored as hell waiting for medication to knock me out for the night. $2,040. Are you shitting me? Like American dollars? Yeah, I know he's got a new knife. That's every Joe X video. Jesus H. Zombies. I am 100% sure there is an open source version of Fusion 360 out there. I'm pretty sure I've seen it that is free to use. There is, I can't remember the name of it, because guys that do CNC stuff talk about it fairly regularly because they don't want to pay for the Fusion 360. Because 2,040 American dollars. I mean, that breaks down to something like $650 a year, give or take. And unless you're using it commercially or you got money and you don't give a crap, that's a lot. Yeah, I was close. $85 a month is a hell of a lot for someone that's not using that to make money. Like, if you're using it in a commercial setting or you're using it in a cottage industry setting and you're using it to make stuff to sell, yeah, sure, you could probably pass that off. But for a home gamer just doing it for their own enjoyment, yeah, unless you got a lot of money coming in, that is huge. Like, you could almost pay to get the full game of Destiny 2 every month with that. God, I hate what they did to Destiny 2. They massacred my boy. You're not allowed to use $85 a month for commercial use? I'm not going to say anything for a second. What the all five kinds of fuck? $85 a month and you can't use it for commercial stuff? What the hell are you supposed to do with it then? Seriously, what the entire hell are you supposed to do with it at that point? Like, yeah, there's some open source thing that's free that does the same thing. This low cost or no cost that other guys have used that I've seen on YouTube doing CNC stuff. Sorry, that was another box full of scrap cardboard to move. All right, our next victim. More Mueller's pasta. They know what they did. I am not on my computer right now. I am on two different phones. Because the way I gotta have the camera set up for this, it's hard to read the comments when they're just below eye level. Yeah, the grind on this is just not the best for cutting up cardboard. And I did make an attempt at Modern 440 and Modern 440C. We had 2 shots at that, and we didn't get it again. I'm just kind of glad we didn't get the paraframe. Jesus. This knife does not like these cuts. With it. Sir, you are a mystery. Like, and it's kind of wild. Like, I wanted my kids to be computer literate and, you know, understand the ins and outs of using stuff like phones, tablets, all that, so that they had a better shot at getting, you know, okay jobs in the future where, you know, that knowledge is pretty useful. But I got into so many fights with their mom about it. So my mom thought 2 5-year-old girls needed unfettered access to the internet in their bedroom on separate computers, and did not understand why I was vetoing the shit out of that. Like, I still can't believe we were fighting over that. And then as they got older, they couldn't handle having a phone or anything like that without their grades going down to F's in school over the course of about 2 weeks. So their mom kept giving them old phones. And basically telling them to hide them. And it's like, Jesus. Yeah, what were you trying to get looked up on a computer? I'm curious about that. Really? Oh no. You know, there's a reason we got divorced and a reason that I took the kids and left. Like I said, the whole thing was a mess. I'm not going to start bashing their mom that hard on a public forum. It's just, that was a weird situation. Like, I still can't believe I had to deal with that situation. Of all the situations I had to deal with there, that one still blows my mind. So then, of course, the computer that we had while I was at work, they got left unsupervised with it. So I'd come home and the computer had Super 8s and like 7 million attachments on the dashboard from various online games. There were probably 70% viruses. All I see is anyone on their computer right now, and then with it, and that's it. I don't have anything else to go on there. But yeah, like my PlayStation 2, she'd let him just play with the CDs, and I'd find either missing CDs or there'd be like 4 of them stacked up on top of each other in the CD book that we all had back in the day. Like, just absolute insanity. But yeah, enough of that. But yeah, I don't have anything to go on with you on that one, Knockoff. It just says anyone on a computer and then with it. No other words. Oh yeah, no, smartphones are full on computers. You know, I'm still, like, being a child of the 1980s and 1990s, of course, I'm still a little in awe of what smartphones can do. Like, it just amazes me that we're at this point. And knowing how technology progresses, like I try to think about what could be coming up in the future, and it's still, I don't know. You know, I've seen some technology that I would have loved to have worked out. Like there's I don't grow any gardens, no sir. I barely have the energy to do this and go to work. But you know, there was a smartphone some years ago that had a projector built into it. And that would have been amazing if that technology really caught and they could get it worked out to where it worked properly. Because I'd love for my phone to have a small projector in it just to throw video up on the wall. Like, that would make it so much easier to share stuff. Oh, my dad refused to get a cell phone until well after smartphones came out and the non-Apple ones started getting cheap. Yeah, this knife is struggling with some of these cuts so hard. Yeah, gotcha. Tinkercad's a new one on me. I can't remember what the one is that powers CNC. I think This Old Tony's talked about it. AVE might have talked about it. But I honestly just can't remember the name. It's not glue, it's not dulling, it's just the grind on this thing doesn't like these cuts. Like the glue on it has all been scrubbed off. We're gonna check the edge in about 5 minutes here. Blades tonight, what's up? The cardboard's not hard, it's just like the last knife we did. What the hell was that? My brain is farting so hard right now. The last knife we did handled this stuff without a problem. The Tigris, there we are, the Kajerb Tigris. That's what like it blasted through these cuts easy enough. And like on the thinnest part of the blade, it'll cut pretty good. But once you get into a weird spot where the cardboard starts rolling, it just doesn't like to cut anymore. Like the cardboard will do that, and I'm not sure what's doing that exactly. No, Civivi and Kajerb are not the same thing. I think you're thinking Wii and Civivi. Or there's a hint of sarcasm that doesn't transfer in text. That's also a possibility. And we are in Mountain Splash country now. Oh, no sarcasm? Oh, heavily sarcastic. There we go. Yeah, I hate the fact that coming through text like that, the sarcasm doesn't really register. And we're closing in on an hour. So, do you want Ninja? Do you want Grim Reaper? Or do you want Frankenstein? We're not doing the robot. I don't like that one. Ninja? Okay, let's see if we can get the song out of him. All right, let's go for the song. I love that one. There we go. Fook, what's up? You just came back in time for the Ninja. Knock off, we'll do the Reaper next. We'll get the Reaper in a little bit. The Ninja and the Knight are my two favorites by a wide margin. The Mummy's great. The Grim Reaper's great, but the Ninja and the Knife, the Ninja and the Knight have the best songs. This piece of cardboard is gonna suck. Unfortunately, this one got folded right here in the process of flattening out to jam it in a box to bring it back here. The Mummy's a good one. Can't argue with that. And yeah, like I did catch the Bees Blades live stream last night, or at least a good chunk of it. Um, yeah, for some reason he seemed a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit less, I don't know, amped up to the point where it seems fake. It might have been something that was happening on the last two that or the last one or two that I dropped in on. I'm not getting into the geopolitical stuff. That's not for here. You know, I think this might be the angle of the bevel grind that's doing this. I'll bet good money on that. I bet if I put a much a lower angle on this, it'd probably do great. No steel and cement. That's what you're talking about. The infrastructure is going to fall apart. Why? I can't imagine they would not put steel and cement. Like, that should have already come down. Like, yeah, there's good tensile strength in cardboard or concrete, but there's no shear strength at all. I like the design of this thing a lot, but this garbage-ass pocket clip makes it impossible to really carry very easily. So it just kind of sits here and doesn't get used until today. The way the SOG cutout on here is, with it being stamped out instead of cut or not there at all, this hangs up on everything. Putting it in the pocket or the waistband, pulling it back out. It sucks in that regard. And generally speaking, like, the knife gets a lot of flack online. Like, a lot of people don't like it. Which, it may be the pocket clip, or it may just be the general design. I know something else that yeah, but a lot of guys don't like the axis lock on it because it's got a soft stop on it. But if you get the timing on it right, it is super satisfying. But yeah, a lot of guys don't like you pull the axis lock and it gets to here and there's a stop on it, and you got to let go of the axis lock a little bit to catch it. So if your timing ain't right, yeah, it's going to be annoying. Oh yeah, no, we're getting back into stuff that ain't for here, Knockoff. I thought you were talking about like physical infrastructure. We're into glue. Eh. All right, we're at 2:30. It has been an hour. Where are we on our edge? We're still right about where we started. This is Cryo D2, so we've done D2 before and it held up really well. I'm not sure what the difference is in Cryo unless it's just a different heat treatment. But yeah, I mean, we're holding up and we're going strong on the edge. Where is it? The gin knife from a couple of live streams ago. I stropped this one, and I mean, I really stropped it. All right, 1977, I appreciate you dropping by, man. Cheers. But I stropped the crap out of this when I got bored, like yesterday. We're back to screaming sharp on this one. So yeah, it's just, I'm still really happy with this thing. Really, really happy. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, is a different cooling process. So we'll see if it makes much of a difference over the course of this. I'm kind of expecting the same as the D2 on the other one, but this might keep up with the AR RPM 9. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with the pocket clip on this, last year in April, I called them and I paid for the shipping and ordered 2 Terminus XR LTE pocket clips that would have fixed this problem. What is it? I think November of last year rolls around. I still don't have them, so I call them back. And it's like, hey, I ordered these Terminus XR LTE pocket clips. I don't have them. What gives? And they re-entered the order, and I was like very clear, Terminus XR LTE, the ones without the cutout on them. Yeah. No, they sent me 2 more of these with the cutout. So I've got 4 or 3 pocket clips with the cutout that I can't really carry. Okay, so we may not see the same edge retention as the other D2, but we're going to find out. You know, usually cold is part of what brings the brittle in, or, you know, brings the hardness in, but I guess, you know, again, I'm no expert. You know, I am definitely no expert on all these things. Which, I mean, on some of these knives, like this feels like you could put it through some fairly hard use, and a tougher blade would be good for that. Bill Simmons, what is up, dude? We got an SOG Terminus XR to chop up with today. So we're going in on this, and the same old live stream as usual. Yeah, like I know a little bit about a little bit with metallurgy just from, you know, spending time as a wannabe knife maker. But even that is you know, steels that the layman has access to, and is cheap, available, and easy to heat treat. You know, your 1095, your 1045 for hammers, your 52-100, 15 and 20, 5160, stuff like that. Oh, believe me, if I could carry a knife loose in the pocket without having it clipped somewhere, this would definitely be one of them. And I mean, the thing is, the shape on this is all jacked up, so there's not really a good way to, you know, get it. There's no aftermarket at all. Like, I tried to give this every chance possible. There's no aftermarket for it. But if you buy a new Terminus XR, it's got the same pocket clip as the LTE on it now, so you can have the better pocket clip. It's just, I'm not buying a whole new one just to get a better pocket clip. Aldi. Aldi is just a weird place. Like, I work at a grocery store, and you walk into Aldi, it's like stepping into an alternate universe almost. Well, whatever the hell's left of this, we're cutting this up. Like, we got an Aldi and a Lidl right next to the house. And we need to be swinging by there more often to cheap out on stuff. It's just, like, I keep forgetting it exists. Yeah, they have the cheap. You know, it's just interesting. You go in there and they just pull the face off the cases and slap it on the shelf. Whereas, like, where I'm at, you know, almost everything that we stock, we have to take it out of the box and put it on the shelf one by one. And it burns up a lot of time, and it makes, like, the entire 8 hours stressful when we're trying to get that done, and we got a list of other stuff we got to do as long as both of our arms. Oh, yes, the hander pants. You guys asked for it, so I went ahead and got them. and they're holding up better now. I just need to stitch this tear up. Like, this is your underwear watching you buy another knife right here. Oh yeah, no, we get paid well. For what we're doing, we get paid pretty well. It's just kind of one of those things where you look at it and it's like, man, I wish I could be that lazy. It's just like you roll up into Kroger and guys are wearing their civilian clothes and they just have a Kroger apron on. It's like, I wish I could be that comfortable, I swear to God. But I gotta have a button-down shirt. It needs to be long-sleeved, and I need to have like somewhat dressy pants on. Like I'm pushing the limits with pants that have room for a phone on the side, a little phone pocket. I've gotten bitched at for that before a couple of times, but the assistant manager that was doing that's not at the store anymore. I'm not sure why she was so obsessed about it. Nobody else cares, but it was weird. In her opinion, they're cargo pants, which I wish I could wear. Make my life a hell of a lot easier. Oh, good God. Yeah, no, I'm at Publix. Jesus. This cut is not fun right now. This is again where the cardboard is folded this way, so it's extra floppy. We're just going to do this and leave the middle there. We're not. That just scared the piss out of me. Boy, I bet that sounded great. Okay, I'm done with this scrap. Yeah, no accidents allowed. Oh no, I'm still good to go. It's just that piece of cardboard was a pain in the ass to cut. Like, I'm sure the possibility is there, but I really don't want to deal with having an accident on a live stream. Although bloody underpants would be, no adrenaline here, dude. Like, a short scare does not result in adrenaline. I have experienced so much fear in my life that it almost doesn't register most of the time. Sergio, yeah, dude. Party hardy, good sir. Yeah, no, I've been through so much that anger will result in adrenaline, and that winds up being something where I just have to kind of keep myself quiet, or, you know, about 40 years of repressed anger is going to come up at once. Fear is kind of a different beast. There's not really adrenaline dumps on that. It is 420 today, so happy drug test eve to everybody. All right, Bill. Have a good one. I appreciate you being here. All right. Will you make this cup for me, please? Yeah, man. Do my bidding. There we are. It did the thing. Oh yeah, I've had jobs where I was behind the wheel constantly. And something that's kind of interesting is my dad had some friends that drove, they did a lot of amateur racing. I mean, a lot. And one of them taught me a lot of stuff about driving. So, like, I can do some things, but I've also exceeded my skill once or twice. I had a 1993 Saturn station wagon upside down about 7 feet in the air one time. God did not see fit to take me home out of abject fear of my awkwardness, and we landed on our wheels. This is not the sliciest knife we've used by a pretty wide margin. It cuts. It's just like for cardboard, it's definitely not the best profile that we've had, and that might be due to the edge bevel being a little steep, or it might just be the slightly hollow flat going into the grind. Yeah, the other accident that I had, just we were on an area where guys do 65, 70 miles an hour on the regular, and this lady comes to a complete stop for no real good reason, and I use up all of my following distance stopping behind her, and then she punches it and tries to swing around a mail truck, so I follow her, and then she locks her brakes up right in front of me for no fucking reason, with her car, the center line splitting the car pretty much in half. Which I'm pretty sure she did that on purpose, more than likely for insurance reasons. But I certainly hope karma came and gave her all the joy she deserves in life. Yeah, that was probably insurance fraud. A dash cam might have helped me in that, but still, I hit her from behind, so in my state, you're automatically at fault pretty much no matter what. It's like I was doing everything the right way. You know, I had plenty of following distance. I was taking it, you know, fairly easy. And the first time I stopped, I heard tires breaking loose behind me, like somebody else damn near ran into me, which is part of why I let go of the brake and tried to swing around the mail truck behind her. You know, make some room there for everybody else to slow down. But no. Yeah, I saw that, Sergio. You found the abandoned channel. Yeah, so the whole thing there was stupid. It was stupid. Yeah, I mean, normally I will keep a little bit of follow distance, and that's what I had there. I had like 4 or 5 car lengths of follow distance easily. You know, it's just, she was hell-bent on being a piece of shit, and that might have also been just road rage, because it could have been road rage that went to, oh, I fucked up, because, you know, she was on the phone crying, and like, we had to tell her, like, I had to get out and tell her, pull off to the side of the road before you get hit again. Please get off of the road. because she just sat there parked in the center of the road, the center line, splitting that car in half. Did not move for like 5 minutes. Yeah, and like she was on the phone crying, and she's like, I don't know if I can drive home or not. It's like, you got rear-ended. The rest of your car is fine. You can drive home. And like the cops show up, and like that's when I worked outdoors, and I think that had been like a 12, 13-hour day, so I was exhausted. I had no air conditioning, so I'm wearing a wife beater. Like I look ragged out. And of course, I was definitely found at fault. And the cop that showed up 2 hours after the accident really wasn't buying my side of the story. Like it took about 2 hours for the police to show up, because like we hit 911 and they're like, that's not our jurisdiction, that's someone else's jurisdiction. And then we got the runaround trying to get the phone number on it. And then they still mixed up the jurisdictions. So they dispatched the wrong police. They showed up and they're like, yeah, this isn't our jurisdiction, and drove off. And they just left us hanging to wait. And I mean, it took for fucking ever. Yeah, it was just back and forth with, not our jurisdiction. Oh, not our jurisdiction. Oh, not our jurisdiction. Not it. Like, that whole situation was just straight up garbage. Alright, we got an Amazon box that might be easier to cut up. I hope it is. Well, and the thing is, too, is that bent my radiator into where it was hitting the fan, and the fan was having a really hard time moving. The radiator had a big-ass hole in it. I couldn't afford a tow truck or anything like that, so while I was waiting, I grabbed my load straps out of the truck and hooked them up and wrapped them around a tree and backed up and pulled the radiator back kind of straight, got it off of the fan, and then I drove to the closest gas station afterwards and got like 4 gallons of water. And every time the temperature started climbing, I got out and poured another gallon in there. And I managed to make it home. But if I remember right, I needed financial help to replace the radiator because struggle bus. Oh, what the hell was the I Made Ronald Reagan Sad video? I had something Russian, I think. What the hell was that? Oh, I know what that is. I made a Russian lathe tool. Yeah, my truck's got a perpetual check engine light that I can't make stay off no matter what I do to it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do whenever it comes time to pass emission soon. It's not like I can afford to pay a professional to get it sorted and fixed. Not unless I like bust out the credit card on it and get one good whack in before I do deck consolidation. Like that's the only thing I can think of doing. And like the truck's a bit of a shitbox too, so it's like, you know, the kind of money that's going to take to dump into it is so much. You know, it won't put me like right next to buying another truck, but you know, it would make it hard to justify moving on to something else. It's not the fuse, I believe. I'm getting an evap code on it, but I'll take a look at that. You know what? As many electrical gremlins as it has, it could potentially be a fuse. Oh, no. So when you do emissions, and I did emissions for about a year, they plug into your ODB2 port, and they check it through there. So having that light out when you do emissions ain't going to fix it. They're going through the computer, so that fuse ain't going to do shit. That's just like unplugging the battery and plugging it back in so that the light's off when you go there. Does not work because you have to have about 200 miles of drive time on the truck before you get your emissions done, or the computer says not ready and they punt you right back out. Trust me, I would love to still be out in a no emissions area. However, if we didn't have emissions in this part of the state, the air quality would be garbage. Like you could see the air from a distance. I think where I'm at, it's like 27-year-old vehicles. And mine's a 2003, so it's close, but not quite. And I think if I did figure out and fix that emissions issue, I would probably be getting better gas consumption and make my life a little cheaper afterwards. But like I've replaced the evap canister. It's not like an O2 sensor issue. Like I've got a specific code for an evaporation issue. It's got a brand new gas cap from the dealer. Like I'm not sure what else I could do. I don't know what the mileage is. Oh, yeah, I don't know what the mileage is. I know it's like 157 or something like that. Like it's up there. But I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Oh, miles per gallon? That I don't know either. I haven't bothered sitting down and trying to calculate it. I just know it's not as good as it used to be. It's kind of, I don't sweat miles per gallon because I can't really go out and pick which specific vehicle I want to drive. You know, I don't have the luxury of buying specifically what I want. I just got to buy what I can get. And I'm going to spend whatever I spend on gas regardless. So it's not something I can really afford to sweat that hard. Yeah, 2003 with an evap code. I said I've done a new evap canister. It's got everything plugged into it. I've done the gas cap. Like those are the two most common things. And maybe if I crawl under it, I just need to tighten up a clamp on the fuel filler neck or something like that. Oh, good luck, man. Good luck hunting down some 420 deals. It's an 03 Dodge Ram. 4.7 liter Magnum. Stop doing that. And I believe I owe somebody the Grim Reaper. Oh, nice. Where is it? I think. I haven't checked the code in a little bit here. I think it's 0456. It's the evap code. Isn't there another song here? Come on. Yeah, I think that's the other song. Yeah, so like the evap code, I've looked and I've looked. The code is just one of those things. It's normally the gas cap. So I went and got a brand new gas cap from the dealer. The next step was the evap canister. Got a brand new evap canister put in. So the only thing left that I can think of really is going to be an issue with the fuel tank. And if it's a fuel tank issue, dear God, we can't afford to replace the fuel tank, but we may be forced to. No, I don't smell fuel when I'm around it. That's the thing. Like, if there is a leak, it's a very tiny one, but there's got to be a leak somewhere to get that code. Like, believe me, I would notice a gasoline smell around it right away. Like, I've driven a car with a gas tank that leaked. I'm already familiar with that. And so, like, I got a pretty good idea what I'm looking at. It's just there's a gremlin in there that is not easy to chase down. You know, I've worked on my own stuff before, so that's not the biggest deal in the world as long as it's not too complicated. It's just there's a gremlin in there, and the most obvious solutions and the most common solutions didn't get it. So that's where I'm like running into, I don't know what else to look at outside of maybe crawling under the truck and tightening a couple of clamps up. It's like I also don't have puddles in the driveway when I back out either. So it's not a direct leak. It's just something in there that is just like a little pinhole or something that's causing it to evaporate. Just enough to set the sensor off. You know, God forbid it being like one of the fuel injectors or something like that. Like, or the fuel line with a little pinhole in it. But if it was the fuel line, it would leak. Well, the gas cap, I don't think is a bad part. I've gone through 3 different gas caps, both aftermarket and OEM. That hasn't fixed it. The evap canister, the odds of that being a bad one are small, but I may take a look at that just to see. but I suspect it's something laying deeper in the engine. Or laying deeper in the truck. And if I had to guess, it's probably a rubber part that has just dry rotted. And I'm not 100% sure how I'd go about replacing like a filler neck without creating a pretty big spill of gasoline, unless I ran it to check the gas light being on, which I may end up having to do. The fuel filter shouldn't be doing that. This is an evap code, which means there's something in the system not holding pressure, is the evap code. Fuel filter could probably use being changed. That being said, knowing my luck, it's an in-tank filter and not an inline filter. So that's going to be a treat when it comes down to it. Oh, wow. I look forward to not winning that. Again, I'll have to crawl under the truck and look at a bunch of stuff soon. Again, knowing my luck, the fuel filter's in the tank and not in line. Which I don't understand the need for that existing outside of, you know, just creating more money sinks repairing the car. This is where I'd love to have something older with a bit of room to put a stereo in and air conditioning. Like, I'd be happy with that. Something easy to work on. I mean, that's what gets me. That's what gets me is, you know, those things aren't showing up as the most common problems for that vehicle with an evap code. So, like, it makes it really hard to dial it in past that, just looking it up online. Because if it's not one of the more common problems, that information's pretty well hidden. Oh, this is doing a number on my lower back. Oh. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Like, I know what you're getting at. Yeah, it's just one of those things that I'm going to have to... John Daly, what's up? Yeah, happy holiday, man. I do not partake, but everybody that does, enjoy Drug Test Eve. But I'm just gonna have to crawl up under the truck and start screwing around with stuff to see if there's something loose somewhere. So I mean, if it was something below basically the water line, below the fuel level in the tank somewhere, there should be a puddle on the ground. Or I should be smelling it while I'm driving it, and I'm not. It's like a puddle or a leak down below the, or anywhere where there's fuel sitting would be pretty easy to find. Yeah, I've got to get up under there and dig around. Josh, what's up, brother? We got the SOG Terminus XR finally. We've had it in the lineup for like 3 weeks now, or 3 live streams, maybe 4, and it finally showed up. I rolled a 1. If I would have rolled above 15, it would have been a Gerber paraframe, and that would have been an experience. All right, cut nicely, cut nicely. The same hotspot as usual. That being said, the hander pants are kind of partially covering it. So I probably need to take those off to see if that hotspot shows up, but we know what it is. So it's not as bad as it's been being. But these edges are cracked nicely, like the construction quality's there. Punisher, you missed the farting Grim Reaper and me bitching about my truck. Now, about another half hour, we'll break out the special surprise for you guys. So I said I don't have a pizza box today, but I do got something special. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that same hot spot. Now you said something about it, I notice it a lot more. Oh, nice. Yeah, I ain't went shit from bees last night. Yeah, I would have liked to have had one of the old Suburbans with the 454 in it and all that. I know fuel consumption would have been outrageous, and so would parking, but those things just... the sheer size of them speaks to me. Yeah, you're basically just driving a road-legal tank. Yeah, oh, I know fuel economy would be garbage. But man, that 454 would be fun to stomp on the gas pedal with. Yeah, I mean, I tried to win, but, you know, it's, again, my expectations are pretty realistic. It's not like I'm guaranteed to win if I do this. Which, I've seen a case of that before. It was fucking hilarious. That was back when I played competitive Magic the Gathering. And we had a guy that drove from Alabama like a good 45 minutes or something to be there for it. And like I think I got first place, and the guys, we had a team there that their sole purpose was to go in there and strip all the prize support out of the shop. Like they were trying to take first, second, and third place prizes every week. So I made it my job to fuck their shit up, and I did a really good job at it. I was first or second pretty much every week consistently. But we had one guy, he drove out there from Alabama, a good 45-minute hour drive, and so he doesn't get first, second, or third, and he starts bitching. He's like, after I drove this far, I should win something, shouldn't I? I was like, the fuck? I am unfamiliar with Rochambeau. But yeah, like, and dude was being sincere about that complaint too. Like, it was amazing. It was mind-blowing. It's like, sir, your drive time does not guarantee winnings. It's not how this works. Yeah, no, I wish I had. That being said, I'm not the kind of guy to whip out a phone unless something extreme's happening that I need to document for legal purposes or something. That's not me. That's just like when I have conversations that get a bit too crazy. I will screenshot the shit out of those. It's about like every so often, year to 2 years, somebody will hit me up and they're like, well, since you didn't reach out and make contact with me, I guess we're not friends, and go on this long ass tirade. It happens surprisingly consistently, and these are people that didn't reach out to me either. But I don't even gauge. I just screenshot them for as long as they're willing to talk and then block them. The last one was the best one though. Like, I've known that dude since like 97 or something like that. And I just had him on Facebook. Weird ass guy. But, you know, he goes on this long ass tirade and he's like picking apart every single psychological issue he thinks I have as an amateur psychologist that doesn't know what he's talking about. And then he went into the, oh, since you're not responding, I guess you are guilty, and went on that tear. So I got tired of it. I got enough screenshots to make me happy, and I blocked him. So then he sets up an account in his son's name and goes back in on me on that. And he's like, oh, don't worry, I blocked you back. I was just like, what 13-year-old girl did you pay to arrange this for you? Jesus Christ. Beaver Baron. Yeah, no, I put a pretty large SD card in my phone, like, and that's just for music. That's just, I find music, I rip it off of YouTube, and then dump it on there. I can't handle dealing with Spotify or whatever the hell else people are using, because I'll put in what I want to hear, and then it's nothing but things that are charitably adjacent to the thing I wanted to hear, and my taste in music is incredibly specific. You know, I want to hear what I want to hear, and most artists only have 1 or 2 songs I like. Yeah, there's so many damn mates, like so many damn live streams. Like, I've had times where I finish this, I go jump on another live stream, I think Mattisfaction, and then I go wind up on another live stream, and I'm there until that one ends, and then I wind up on a third live stream. It's like, that's a lot of damn live streams in one night. That's a lot of competition for the same attention. Yeah, no, I don't play around with buying SD cards. Like, I make sure I'm buying it from a legit seller and somewhere I can return it if it's not what it says it is. Just because I don't feel like dealing with, you know, a 512 gigabyte card that's an 8 gigabyte card that's flashed. I try to I try not to be too suspicious, but yeah, it is a little suspicious. I think the latest thing I've gotten stuck in my head is Hamburger Train by Primus, which is the song on the Pocket Check earlier today. You're the guy from the Hamburger Train, right? Like, I love Primus, and my youngest kid got to go to a Primus show like last week, and I would have loved to have gone, but I had to work, and I found out way too late. I haven't been to a concert since like 2001 or something like that. Like, crowds aren't my thing, and Primus sucks. Like, Blade Show is an entire day of profound overstimulation, which is why this year I took a week off. So I got a couple days before and a couple days after to recover before I go back into work. Now, I will say, and I don't think many of you guys can relate to this experience, but when you've been huffing Ronson's lighter fluid all day and whacked out of your fucking mind, Primus's Frizzle Fry album is the most amazing thing on the planet. Like, I don't know if they intentionally put it together to sound its best in that particular state. Well, here's an interesting thing, John. One of my kids has picked up an autism diagnosis, and it's mild enough that, you know, unless you know what you're looking at, you'd never guess. But while they're telling me the stuff that got them diagnosed, I'm like, would you please, for the love of fuck, quit telling me my own fucking problems? So it's probably there, and I just haven't bothered to try to have it diagnosed because I've made it this far. There's no point in really trying to kick an anthill. Hey, I rhythm with the tism. Hey, girl, you like awkward conversations? Yeah, sorry I asked. Oh my God, Walmart Black Friday. So this is definitely a story. But my ex-wife, when she was balls deep in her longest affair, we go to Walmart on Black Friday. And the guy she's having an affair with, and I know she's having an affair with at the time, I'm just waiting to remove him from the planet, and I'm not even joking about that. But he walks around the corner, sees her, gets really excited, and then sees me behind her and gets really quiet. And I'm like, this is hilarious because you'd have no idea how close to death you are right now, sir. Oh, it fell. All right, knockoff. Yeah, enjoy both of those things, sir. Man, this knife just does not have the best profile for cardboard. Yep, party foul. That's cardboard abuse. Oh, I have yeeted myself at a bed on a display at one point. I think it may have, I forget what store it was. But I take off running, I jump, turn sideways to land flat on my back, and it turns out it's just blankets over a piece of plywood. That sucked. I'm not going to lie. It sucked. Well, thank you, sir. The hander pants are definitely sleek and sensual. If you find yourself aroused, don't worry. It's perfectly normal. I got to sew this back up, but the rest of them are holding up okay so far. Like, I thought the rest of it would start falling apart pretty quickly, but it's just this one stitch that went out. So I wish I had some kind of way of keeping track of the people that like came in and just went, nope, I'm out as soon as I see the hander pants and the cardboard cutting and the weird conversations. Yeah, I typically tended to not go do Black Friday. Again, crowds and lack of desire. But there was one, I picked up a laptop at Best Buy one year for dirt cheap. And I have gone on Black Friday a couple times to Walmart just to pick up cheap DVDs. Like, that was my big thing for Black Friday, is just go pick up a ton of movies. Oh, these last couple of cuts always suck. Yeah, I keep watching Cyber Monday, and it's like stuff I want's never the stuff that's on sale. And it's like stuff that I don't have enough money that I'm going to convince myself that I do want it and buy it anyways. All right. I'm going to take me 2 or 3 minutes here to just not cut things. And then we're going to check edge retention and see how well it's holding up. Yeah, like, and that was my thing, is I'd go in there and you know, I'd kind of wait till it died down. But yeah, there'd just be rows and rows and rows of DVDs for like $2. It's like, yep, I'm cleaning up. Because at that point, we were broke enough that it's like, all right, which bill can we afford to not pay this month? All right, Fook, see you in a bit. Now, I will say with a lot of the Black Friday stuff, and wow, there is a lot more carpet around the lights showing than I expected. That's pretty lopsided. I didn't realize that the lights were... Is that more like it? I like how... Maxilla, what's up, dude? Sorry, I'm looking to see if I've got my my thing adjusted properly. Like my camera is not as easy to aim as it was. Wow, the delay on this is so long. Holy shit. And still not quite perfect. It's like what it's showing me on my screen here and what you're seeing on your screen is like totally different. Oh well. And like the new ring light I got, I can't bring this low enough to zoom it in the way I was on the old ring light. And I don't think the new ring light can sit over my table the way I need it to either. All right. Let's take a look and see how our edge is holding up. Looks like the edge is still holding up just fine. The cut's getting a little bit loud, but that's to be expected. I borked that cut. That was me. Really, why am I struggling to cut this cut? Yeah, so we definitely got some wear. We are working with Cryo D2. This is the SOG Terminus XR. And it looks like the Cryo D2 is holding up, but it's not quite as well as the D2 on the Gin knife. We were discussing that in the comments earlier, and apparently the Cryo D2 is for less brittle, lower HRC, more toughness. So that is to be expected if what I was told was true. All right. Let's go in on some of this crazy hardcore shit. I don't want to be cutting this. I don't think I'm going to cut this. This is more of that double layer stuff, and this thing just did not have the right grind or profile to really cut this cleanly. So I'm going to take one practice cut on it and see how this feels. I'm pretty sure it's going to suck. Oh dear God. Yeah, I'm not doing this. Yeah, you were talking about that Paratool on the last one. Yeah, we're not dealing with that. We're just gonna get another Amazon box and cruise. Oh wait. Let me finish breaking down this box, and then it's time for the special treat I promised you. Okay, are we ready for a special treat? I don't have a pizza box, but I got something better. I think it was something like 5 or 6. Not as much as you'd hope for, but I'll take it. But we have got a PS5 box to cut up. Sorry about the lack of a pizza box. I hope this will do. Yeah, we'll get to 1K eventually, you know, sooner or later. Let's see. Breaking this one down. And I don't know how well the cardboard on this part's going to cut. I know the liner on the inside is probably going to cut pretty easy. Oh. I'll tell you right now, this knife hates cutting this stuff up. Jesus. Oh, this is going to be some raggedy cuts, guys. Yeah, like, for the longest time when somebody would sub, I'd go check their channel and see if they had content that was even kind of interesting in sub. That being said, it's starting to get unmanageable. This stuff is like cutting a poster board. Yeah, This is just cutting up poster board right here, and this knife really ain't liking it. But I've had this box sitting in the house for a long time, and I really didn't want an empty PS5 box sitting out in front of our trash can on trash day, because that's a little bit too much information for others. It's like, again, I lived in a bad neighborhood growing up, and if like at that point in time, if like a PS1 or PS2 box was sitting outside your trash can where everyone can see it, your house is probably getting broken into. This is a significantly better cut, but damn, this thing hates cutting this poster board. Well, now, maybe the guys at the recycling center that are recycling all this cardboard, when they cut the bale open, they might see pieces of a PS5 box and wonder where the hell that came from, but now this thing's broken down. Yeah, I don't get these weird cuts. I don't know why these cuts are all ragged and jacked up and why it doesn't like cutting so much. Like it's either the edge grind or just the way the blades ground, but the blade should be fine. It's just, maybe this edge is just too obtuse of an angle. I don't know. I've been mentioning that pretty often. I mean, you got to start somewhere. If you have a camera, you got guns, and you got safe targets, go to town. Have fun with it. Like, I started this channel with not much in the way of aspirations, but I was like, maybe something will happen, maybe something won't. You know, I was kind of hoping I hit the point where guys were sending me stuff to review, which, you know, Jen scratched that itch for the first time. I appreciate those guys. But like, yeah, when you first start doing stuff on camera, you're going to be incredibly self-conscious, and it's going to sound like shit for a little while until you get used to it. It's like, even after having the old channel and doing what I did there, there was like no confidence on camera or anything else like that whenever I started this one. And I don't know why, but, you know, it's taken a while to get warmed up and get used to doing it. And there's still plenty of gun content on YouTube. Like, you got Demo Ranch, High Speed Ballistic. There's one guy. Can't remember the guy's name. Smaller channel. But there's a... Was it Kentucky Ballistics? I can't... Why am I drawing a blank on that? Yeah, see, that's what I started doing. I started off with shorts, trying to figure out how to set my cameras up to do, you know, more thorough stuff. And, you know, it wasn't until I got a ring light a little while ago that things really started taking off. And like, the shorts really didn't pull much in the way of subs or anything. but I figured it was a good place to start. Man, this thing hates dealing with this paper board, poster board, whatever the hell it is. Boy, they made this stuff no fun to break down with a Terminus XR, guys. No, I get where you're coming from, and I'm certainly not trying to sway you one way or the other. You know, just from my own experience, you know, there's a shitload of knife tubers. I'm just doing this because I want to. You know, if it winds up going a whole bunch of nowhere, that's okay. I had fun with it, and there is at least some kind of footprint. If something happens to me, my wife, my kids, got something. If it does take off and go somewhere, awesome. You know, I can say I've made something out of this. At least with knives, you're not going to have a Kentucky ballistics incident. My Civivi exploded and damn near killed me. Yeah, like I definitely watched a Kentucky ballistics video on the explosion. Like, dear God. But yeah, it's hard to justify maintaining a channel that's not going anywhere after a certain amount of time. Like, a buddy of mine's got a Twitch channel that he's still going on. He's been going on it for a while, but his audience is still really small. I'm not even 100% sure he gets the number of concurrence I get on some of these videos. I could be wrong, but you know, it's kind of just like here. There's like a handful of regulars, and when I had the free time and I wasn't, you know, working crazy fucked up hours, you know, I participated in that podcast. And I was watching the streams really regular like. Oh yeah, no, that'll get you, you know. You know, I've had a couple of near-death experiences now, and I think one thing I've kind of learned with me is more than anything, I just get pissed off about the fact that that's how I'm going to go out. But you know, as far as I know right now, I'm at a point where, you know, if I do wind up getting taken out by something, I get taken out. There comes a point where it's just not worth it anymore to try to fight, you know. It's kind of like a cancer diagnosis, if I ever had that. You know, it's like, if I've got a good chance of beating it, yeah, I'll fight. But if there's next to no chance of beating it, I'm gonna let nature take its course. Like, I'm not even bothering. However, if I am gonna fight it, I promise you, I am going to start back in on the hippie lettuce. Yeah, it's a surprise PS5 box. You know, if I decide to fight it, then I am definitely going back into the hippie lettuce game, because I've read a few instances now, more than a few, where it offsets so many of the nasty side effects of chemotherapy that There's pretty much no way to not do it. Hey, beautiful.
I'll see you later. Love you.
Love you. I'm not familiar with James Yeager, but that's not saying much. I think the one that really got me the most was Tau Fledermaus with Danny's final video. That one hurt. Because he kind of went from just fine to I'm almost gone over the course of like, a couple months. Oh, okay. All right. This is the last big piece of this crappy poster board that this knife hates for some reason. I'm going to take a look at something. Yeah, it's just the grind on this thing is not cutting well. Like, Jesus, that's night and day. Oh God, FPS Russia. Like, that whole situation's messed up. And like the guy that they found dead over there. Like, I think his prison time though was centered on what, tax issues and not having licenses for guns, if I remember. Yeah, I will say though, FPS Russia kind of ducking that door being blown off of that truck was pretty badass. He might have had drugs too. Yeah. Yeah, I think this thing is aimed at like hard use. It's like the cutting geometry on this is just not good for what we're doing here. Like, I'm going to keep complaining about it too. I'm pretty sure he didn't get his 2A rights back. Now, I will say Tau Fledermaus is one of those gun channels, one of those channels in general where they have been around forever and they haven't gotten so big that they've lost touch with why people were watching in the first place. They've aged well. Do not remember Dugan Ashley. Tau Fledermaus is still as watchable today as it was like 10 years ago. You know what? Boy, 1977, you are just against anything modern. Holy crap. You're into the ye olde gun tuber. Yeah, Brandon Herrera, I will watch him. But it's wild, you know, channels will suddenly grow and they like hit this point where it's like the content is nowhere close to what it was when they started, or even when they were like, you know, growing. And it's like Hoovie's Garage is one of them. Like I just don't watch that much anymore. I used to watch like every video because they were always interesting. You know, and now like I'll catch it once in a while. It's just like this is not compelling. Like I don't feel like sitting through this video. Okay, now we got the inwards of the PS5 box to cut up. Yeah, he is running for Congress. I'm kind of interested to see how that turns out. Because I know he said like he's in a runoff now. And he took enough votes away from the guys against to not make it a slam dunk win for him. Which in a way is good news. And in a way is also like, yeah, you're probably not going to win the fight with the incumbent if you're not pulling enough votes to also slam dunk him back. Damn, cutting geometry on this just sucks. Jesus. Yeah, I know running the machine guns for extended periods over a long time will mess you up a lot. Yeah, like I said, I'm interested in seeing how that happens. You know, I don't do politics. You know, that's one of the things that we are not here for. In my opinion, politics and religion both bring out the absolute worst in people, and in an awful, like a hurry. So, you know, I don't keep those around me outside the channel in real life either. I don't want it around. But, you know, that one is just, it's interesting to watch as it plays out. I'll put it that way. Because, you know, like, outside of, you know, gun rights, I got a feeling a lot of his core beliefs don't necessarily line up with mine. So, you know, like you know, I'm interested in seeing what happens, but it's good to be watching as an outsider. God, this thing sucks. Okay, we need to check the edge on this thing. This is ridiculous. Yeah, as soon as I finish this tiny little scrap off, we're checking this. Because, like, my floor, my legs, everything are covered with these little shreds here that are popping off because this thing is just doing such a bad job cutting. So I'm hoping a strop will fix it. Maybe that's the issue. No, like, Look how ragged the edge of these cuts are, man. Like, it's doing that. You know, I broke out the ST-155. Y'all saw it. It blazed right through it the way something is supposed to cut. Like, I'm still going through the inwards of the PS5 box, but it's like this cardboard's thin. It should slice. Like, it should slice easily. Maybe this is one of the reasons that guys generally don't like this knife that much. And I'll say it again. If you're going to design a knife and you're going to release it to the public, 1, do this with it. 2, have someone carry it for a few weeks, or have a few people carry it for a few weeks, so you don't have issues like we have with the pocket clip here. You know, and 3, check the ergos out just for everyday use. You know, it ain't that many people out there that need a hard use knife that can survive being hammered through a brick and cut apart truck tires and everything else. And no, I'm not taking a stab at Choir Boys Outdoors. It's just not everyone, like, there aren't that many people that need that. Yeah, the edge geometry is just garbage for this. I don't get it. Well, the hander pants are here to learn humility until I'm allowed to ascend again. Like, it's doing the cut test on paper just fine. So I kind of don't want to strop it or anything until we get farther into it. But yeah, I'd have to throw this on the sharpener and spend some time changing the edge profile on this, I think, to really get it where it needs to go. Trying to see if I have one of the ones that did better sitting in here to check against. Yeah, I can't tell. I can't, like, I know we've had a lot of knives that have cut like a wedge, and this thing is definitely cutting more like a wedge than a knife. But yeah, like, this is just not good. Now, like, I wanted this thing to be good. I wanted it to be a good cutter. I wanted this to be a good live stream once we drew it. But Jesus H, zombies. And you know what? Real quick. I'm taking this and I'm putting it off to the side for the aftermath video because you just gotta see it. Yeah, I think I'm starting to see why guys don't like this thing that much, and I was definitely wrong for thinking it was fantastic. I don't know how you mess something up that bad, especially with a blade stock this thin. Like, what the hell? Ah, yes, the classic tire salad. You know what I think we should do? even though it's going to compromise the integrity of the edge retention testing, I think we need to take out the work sharp and put a new angle on this edge, see if that fixes it. Because the cuts are garbage. It's going to be hard to tell whether or not that's really worn out. Well, even then, I don't think it would cut fruit all that well either. So yeah, I think we're going to break out the work sharp while we're sitting here. And we're going to put a new edge on it. I'm just going to have to figure out how to sit low enough to do this properly. Or find something to set this thing on. Oh God, my rods are over here. You know, it's either that or the steel is soft enough that it can't really take having a keener angle on it. What am I at right now? I'm at 20 degrees. We're going down a little bit below 20 degrees, probably a 19 or an 18. And I'm going to try to find something to park this on top of so that I can actually use this in a comfortable position. What do I have floating around? Is this box too tall? I might be able to get away with this. Yeah, we get to see the work sharp in action. I just, like, this edge is absolute garbage. I can't imagine in a sane, normal use environment that edge really is doing what it's supposed to. All right. We're not too tall for this. And I can actually reach this. Okay. So, let's get her clamped in place. And yeah, you really either need to clamp this thing down tight or sit here and hold this thing while you're working with it because it will slide around. It's not that heavy. All right, so we start on 220. And let's see. I've got a marker here, so let's I know we're supposed to marker up the edge so we can see what we're removing. And it seems like it's like kind of skipping over part of it while it's removing metal. I'm wondering if I'm wondering if the fucked up edge wasn't really a intentional thing, but just badly ground. Yeah, we're on 220 grit, and all the markers still isn't quite gone yet. Oh, this is way easier than freehanding it. This thing is phenomenal for sharpening. And just spend $119 to get the mid-range that comes with all the stones, because otherwise you're going to be buying the extra stones anyways and spend the same thing over 2 separate purchases. So got a little bit left down here. I'm not really feeling a burr roll up on the other side. I know I've sanded all the, or sharpened all the magic marker off. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of room here to work with as far as height under the camera. This is the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. So what happened here at PokeSly is the edge geometry on this has been absolute garbage, like even through thin poster board. That's what it left behind. It's cutting like shit. The edges, the retention's there, but the grind isn't. So we're trying to sharpen this and see if that's the issue or if it's the entire blade. And I really hope the noise off of this isn't too bad in y'all speakers or earphones. Yeah, I don't think the bevel grind on this was even remotely, or the edge bevel was ground remotely evenly. Right? Yeah, because like this side is definitely grinding down differently than the other side did. Like the material removal does not match. Now, would I love to have one of those fancy systems with two stones on it that you work at the same time? Yeah, that'd be nice, but I ain't got $700 to spend on one of those. After this grit, the rest of them should go a hell of a lot faster. Yeah, it's again, if you're making money off of those knives, it's probably worth it. You can probably get a significantly finer edge off of that than you're going to get here. But, you know, for a home gamer, this is plenty. Yeah, this bevel was definitely not the same on both sides. Yeah, there's the burr I was looking for. All right, on to the next grit. All right, we're on to 320. 425, blaze it, traffic was a bitch. And if you're not familiar, the black magic markers just to make sure I get the whole thing. I don't think this is going to be the prettiest grind anyone's ever done with one of these, but that's not what we're after. All right, man. I will see you. Maybe I'll see you in a little bit here. I promise you we'll be done with this soon enough so we can go back to cutting. Yeah, everybody left for the sharpening. It's just you and me, Sergio. All right. All right, on to the 400 grit. If you're just coming in, we're sharpening this thing up because the edge was garbage. And this is what the edge was leaving behind on poster board. And the edge retention was still there. I didn't wear the edge out. It just didn't want to cut. So if you don't want to sit here for a bit more sharpening, you're more than welcome to drop by a little bit later once this thing is done and we're cutting again. Entirely up to you. And of course, we are going to strop the hell out of this thing. Oh, yeah, that's a nice burr. Okay, so you weren't here, but this is the cut we were getting off of poster board. So we're sharpening it to see if the SOG just fucked the grind up to all holy living hell. All right, that's what we're after right now. I have given up on cutting with this until I sharpen it, and we're putting a whole new angle on it. We went down to somewhere around 18, 19 degrees on this thing, and we're really, really reprofiling it. Yep, get back in there. And I would take it to the belt grinder, the little bitty belt grinder, but I want this to be as factory-ish as an edge as we can get it. I don't like change. I don't like it. We got everything reprofiled through the 220 grit. So now we're just cleaning everything up and making it nice. And I've said it before, but hopefully this isn't tearing your eardrums up on your speaker or your headphones. That's a nice strong burr. And like, I haven't gotten completely proficient with this thing yet. So I'm still learning how to get the most out of it. But remembering to put the magic marker on the blade is really, really paying off. And the nice thing, this kit does come with a strop that's got compound on it, and somewhere it comes a little bit extra compound. But now that we got my strops with the diamond paste on them, yeah. This has got to be all the... Yeah, I've got an empty spot on my tray for the bars that I don't think is used for anything here. But let me look in the box real quick, make sure I'm getting everything. Yeah, that's all the stuff. There's just an empty spot in the tray that I haven't used this in forever, so it caused concern. All right, we're on to 600 grit. Let's give her a little bit of the old marker. This is not perfect, but it's the best sharpening I've gotten off of this thing so far. There's a little tiny bit of learning curve, but even if you don't know shit the first time you do it, you can still get a pretty good edge. Yeah, I got all the bars on it. I did the 119 mid-range version because I already knew I was going to buy the other ones anyways if I didn't get it in the first go. So that was one where I saved up for about 5 or 6 weeks before I got it, just a little bit at a time. And I will say I haven't done the magic marker thing on the edge before I started grinding it, but that is really, really paying off here. This is going so much easier. You can buy the set of stones that you're missing, but that's a hell of a gift, man. Like, somebody did good there. Okay, I think the burr is getting a little too small to feel. And I'm not going to bother with the marker anymore. We're just going to 800 and then doing the ceramic. And then stropping the piss out of it. Brother, I don't know if I have a way to really do a song in the background that ain't gonna get me a copyright strike. I don't know if you gotta have a full computer set up doing this or what to put music in the background, but that would be nice. You know, at some point, right, the channel's gonna have to get quite a bit bigger for me to justify spending a bunch of money on basically AV equipment. You know, new mics, new cameras, new all that. Sir, my singing voice is god awful and I'm in no mood to hurt my own feelings today. Gonna have to take a pass on that. All right, so we are on the ceramic. We are on the last stone here. And I think I may have worn a couple of spots down farther than I wanted to, just spending too much time on this. God, I'm still learning how to use it. I thought I'd do better. Yeah, I definitely got a couple of low spots in here that are very weird. Go back where you live. Okay, so this is definitely not perfect. I absolutely wore a couple of low spots in here, spending too much time in one area. Me with knives, what's up? No whistling either. When I had all of my teeth removed, I lost the ability to whistle. Then again, I didn't do as bad as I thought. Just the remaining metal made it look like there were low spots, possibly burr that I didn't identify. But we're onto the strop. Let me get this box out of the way. Me with knives, you missed the world's slowest sharpening montage. So we're on the SOG Terminus XR. And right out of the gate, this was the kind of cut we were getting off it. And I got tired of it, so we're looking to see if they just ground it really badly from the factory. Oh, the Cryo D2, like the retention was holding up, but the edge was absolute garbage, so we're seeing if a reprofile on the edge fixes what they fucked up at the factory somewhere. Because like I said, that's what the factory edge was doing. And that's poster board. So I have gone through and set the edge to either 18 or 19 degrees. And we're going to see how that do once I get this thing stropped up. And you guys get to see it first, because that's the first time I've ever used that entire system in conjunction with these strops. And there's a gnat flying around. All right, I am sure we already have a past sharp edge. But if we're going to do this, we're going all the way. Oh yeah, it's getting nice and shiny. Yeah, I think you can see how shiny the edge is getting right there. We got one more strop to go, and then we can see how the cuts do. Wipe this off to avoid cross-contamination. Yeah, that fixed angle system right there makes things so good. And I forgot to light a candle. Just remember. Yeah, I figured I'd get the hander pants back on, and they haven't worn past this point. That's all that's happened, so I'm going to stitch this back up with some white thread when I go upstairs. And see if we can't get these back in action without worrying about them completely falling apart. You did miss the special surprise in cutting apart a PS5 box instead of a pizza box. All right, that is everything stropped up. Let's get any diamond paste wiped off of here. So that was a quick run through, and not quick, but that was a run through of the full fixed angle sharpening system that I have. Let's see what kind of edge we got off of that and whether or not I messed this up. Oh my God. Gentlemen, that is sharp. Okay, so that right there is why I bought the Worksharp Precision Adjust. That right there. All right. This is probably one of the sharpest things I've ever sharpened from scratch, and we completely reprofiled the edge. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this handles some basic cardboard. So we're going to try a piece of the one that it just would not cut. Okay, so that is still a much better cut, but this thing is cutting kind of like a big-ass wedge. But that may be the poster board. Let's go back to an Amazon box and see what it does there. Right? Ron Swanson is my spirit animal. Oh my God. That is so much better. Yeah, so that was just a bad edge angle. That was just a terrible edge angle holding that thing back. So yeah, if you were thinking about buying a Worksharp Precision Adjust, that should tell you whether or not you want to go for it right there. Because now you've gotten to see in real time the kind of difference it makes. Let's get these off of here just to appease my weird perfectionism about very few things. And somebody's favorite's the Mummy, so we're going to give him the Mummy. Let's get the song. Where's the song? Come on. Really? There we are. That's what we wanted. That's what we're here to see. Yeah, this is so much better. And I think I've found my my preferred angle for sharpening my regular Terry blades now too. So I said I've been learning on that thing and dialing it in, but you know, this is probably the best job I've done off of that so far. Well, most of the cardboard slayers I start with, like they're already sharpened, they're at a good angle. This one just had like the worst angle on the edge that I think I've seen in a hot minute. You know, the idea here is to go more or less off the factory edge, you know, part of to find out how the knife does off of the edge they intended it to have. This is somewhere around 18 degrees, maybe 19. We got down below the markings on the Worksharp Precision Adjust, so I'm kind of feeling it out. Did the sharpening help the crappy factory edge? Watch this. I'd say it did. So we got an SOG Terminus XR and you missed it. This factory edge, the angle on the edge was like god awful. So let me show you. Still on pretty much factory edge. This was how the cut went through some poster board. Like that is garbage. Damn it, I keep hitting that thing trying to reach under it. But let's see. We get a fresh sheet of paper. We've only done a few cuts. I do believe a 12 degree would be your favorite. But yeah, massive improvement. Now it's a proper edge. Like that's about all I want out of these edges, because I figure if I push it too lean, then the edge is going to be easy to wear down and easy to chip. And I don't want that. I like things being a little bulletproof. Like this thing is still taking some pressure to push through here, but it's so much better than it was. So like the grind on the whole blade is kind of a wedge. I'm assuming the goal is to handle harder cuts and harder use. That's what I'm going with. But yeah, just for cardboard, it's not happy with it. It'll do it. It just doesn't like it. So yeah, we only got 2 hours-ish before I stopped to sharpen it because I just couldn't stand it anymore. But that should be kind of telling about the knife. So now we're going to go in on the rest of the PS5 box. First off, let's see how it does cutting the plastic strap off. I can't really get this on camera. Sorry. Oh, that does not like being cut. That handle was very, very tough. which is to be expected. Yeah, listen, this thing was just kind of a collection of a bunch of mistakes to begin with. Like, I want to love this, and it's just like that edge was garbage and the pocket clip's garbage. I mean, it was bad, bad. All right. Oh my God, that is a whole universe better. And so you guys that were here saw how bad this cardboard was doing. So let's see how much of an improvement I made. Yeah, it's still taking some pressure to cut through, but the cut is clean and smooth. I don't regret sharpening this. That'll definitely be a... well, that's the thing. I've got the Saga, the SOG Flash AT. I really like that one, but I want to like this one, and it's got so many problems. But that'll definitely be a bullet point for the aftermath video. This is the first one that was bad enough that we had to stop and sharpen it. But all hail the Precision Adjust, man. That's like the best edge I've ever put on anything, especially, you know, that was the first time I combined the Precision Adjust with my diamond paste on the strop. So we're gonna stay. We started cutting again around 4:30, and I started way earlier in the day. So hopefully I'll have the wherewithal to actually carry this a lot farther. We may end up running out of cardboard, but you know, I would have loved for the edge to be good out of the box so that it was possible for us to see really whether the Cryo D2 held up better than the regular D2 on the Jin knife. Okay, so yeah, I've got an SOG multi-tool that's good enough, but it could have been a lot better. Okay. Give me a second, I gotta dice this box. Like, I don't remember which multi-tool it is. It's got some cool features, like it's got an assisted open locking knife blade, which on a multi-tool I am ecstatic about. And it does work as a multi-tool, it is effective, but it could have been better. Oh God, that is so much better. Yeah, told y'all the special treat was going to be special today. Now, no one can ever say you didn't watch a guy cut up a PS5 box on a live stream. All right, this is all broken down now. Yeah, like I haven't had Leatherman money. I picked up the multi-tool when it was I think I just got a good price on it. And you know, I wanted a multi-tool. Now that being said, I can't clip that onto the waistband. It is just too painful all the way around. Like, it's bulky and there's a lot of like sharp angles on it and stuff. But, you know, as far as like throwing it in a bag or a go kit or something like that, you know, I'm okay with it. God, that is so much better. So yeah, I'm really loving the angle I sharpen this to. Oh, wow. That's a good score. Fook, what's up? So we got this sharpened up, we got everything polished, and it's now cutting properly. The blade grind is still a bit of a wedge, but it's cutting good. And yeah, all hail the Precision Adjust, man. That thing just treated me so damn good. Oh, I get so much tape and stuff like that stuck to the bottom of my feet. Like I go upstairs and for at some point later tonight when I'm laying in bed, I'm gonna wind up like realizing I got to peel another piece of tape off of the bottom of my foot. Yeah, it's still taking some pressure to cut, but yeah. Oh, Wilderness. So I don't know if you saw the community post, but I ordered a Cold Steel Mayhem for $6. No, not $6 on Temu, $6 on Amazon. So there was somebody that was selling just shit tons of different cold steels for like $6 to $8 a piece. One of the high-end Facebook groups I'm in, dude dropped a heads up on that, so I jumped on it. And we don't know if it's going to ship. We don't know if it's going to be canceled or what, but beginning of May, we're going to know. Yeah, you saw it too then. Yeah, so I jumped on the Mayhem. I should have jumped on more of them, but I was exhausted and not thinking that clearly. So I didn't, I got the Mayhem ordered. If they had the Espada XL, I would have been on that too. I'm surprised they didn't. So yeah, I'm definitely interested to see if it shows up. If it doesn't show up and the order gets canceled, I'm not going to be too heartbroken. But I'd really love it if it did show up. Yeah, I caught it at just the right time. Like, I got real lucky on that one. But I tell you what, if that Mayhem does show up, oh boy. Well, the thing is the seller is LA Police Gear, which from what I've seen, and again, this is a high-end group of guys that know a lot about a lot. They're legit. So that's part of what is getting my hopes up just a little bit. Like, I don't know why the hell those things were selling at that price, but like even then, you could not get I haven't seen a clone of a Mayhem on the market yet, anyways. But you couldn't even get a clone for $6. So I'm wondering if they were just trying to dump their inventory as fast as possible and move on to something else, or what? Oh yeah, no, I had guys in my group that spent. I don't think you're part of the Ancient City Continental, are you? But Guys were spending like $300-400 on those orders, and then hoping. And like for $6, if it goes horribly wrong, you know, I'm not out a whole lot. Yeah, so it's like it's under a different name, but what they said was that's LA Police Gear selling that stuff through that name. So yeah, that's part of what has my hopes up. But yeah, so like I had guys in my group that were just dropping 350, you know, 350 plus, ordering literally everything. But yeah, let's. So the Mayhem is like a $250 knife, and it's been slowly coming down. Like the last time I saw it cheap was like $118. But if it's a pricing glitch, I don't expect them to honor that unless there's some kind of contractual obligation there. But if it was a pricing glitch, somebody is probably shitting their friend's pants right now. Yeah, like I'd take that chance, and you know, if it doesn't wind up being legit, either the order's canceled or I'm canceling it and getting my $6 back anyways. Yeah, the only caveat there is if it does wind up being a clone, it would take me a while to figure it out, and that would just mean it's not suitable for use on the channel. Yeah, like I've got my order confirmation from Amazon, so hopefully that means it's locked in. It'd be amazing if somebody was just trying to screw the owner over or something like that. Because like I have seen people do that, like the relationship goes sour or something like that, and they try to screw someone over and just kind of sell off the building's inventory at like 95% off. Which $9 knife are you talking about? I'm assuming it's one that you bought and not me. I've got a bunch of $9 knives, but still. Oh, the Massillon. Like, yeah, that wasn't titanium, but it still feels like it's going to be a better cutter than this is. I'm not going to lie. That thing is going in the pool for live streams as soon as I get done with the week of carry on it. And we're going to see how it do. Yeah. Yeah, this thing is just a wedge. Like, whoo, that was scary. Well, what the hell was I saying? Yeah, I'm confused by the amount of pressure I got to use to cut because this thing is thin blade stock. Yeah, like definitely when I do the video on that one, I'd love for you guys to share your experiences with it if you bought one. Because like I know like the action on mine's really stiff. I probably need to back the pivot screw off a little bit, but if I'm going to carry it, it's going to be as it came from the factory. And then if I have a reason to carry it later on down the road, then I'll you know, adjust it and fix it and all that. But I mean, even if the pivot screw is a little tight, still for $10, that's still pretty good value. I don't think it's got a chance in hell of beating the knife that I did the video on this morning. Or yeah, it was this morning. I tried to do it last night, but I just couldn't get a good take. I'll tell you what, man, this PS5 box is not going down without a fight. Jesus. I am glad I don't have to put the empty box outside with the trash, though. So SOG Terminus XR. And I think you hopped in when I was sharpening this thing, but yeah, it's the factory grind on it was garbage. So that's going to be a nice bullet point when I do the aftermath video. But yeah, I did not have a live stream planned for today. I got bored and my kid wasn't available to run Fortnite or anything. So it's like, you know what? Good time for a live stream. And the usual hotspot right here isn't as bad as it's been being. It's part of what kills me is like, this has got so many good things going on, but man, they mess so much up. I'll still take this over the ST-155 any day, though. It amazes me that the good Lord allows light to shine upon the Citivian ST-155. Nah, the flipper tab's not a problem, but I'm also not like gripping on it, you know? Like hammer gripping like this, it's not hitting me anywhere that I don't like. Choking up on it here, it's fine. Like the flipper tab isn't a problem for me. Really, just the only hot spot that I'm getting off of this is right here in between the scales and in between the liners. But that's every knife we do that has an open back. Like that's all of them because it's an open back. So I took the Massillon out of the box and it felt pretty decent. That being said, it said the MSRP on it was $29.99. The only reason I bought it was $9.99. For $29.99, you better not buy that shit. That's all I'm going to say. And I mean, honestly, if you want a better knife for like 15 bucks, go check the video from this morning and grab the Axis Lock Duratech. Significantly better blade. Or if the liner lock version of the Duratech has come back available now and they got more stock on it, then that's a better blade at the same price. But the Massillon may have some redeeming qualities. I like the full flat on the grind, and I like what I'm looking at with a lot of it. It's just you can kind of tell where some of the quality just ain't there. Yeah, I said, if the Massillon is still $10, that's okay. But if you're looking to spend that $10, I'd recommend the Duratech that I did the video on this morning instead. That's probably the best thing for around the $10 mark that I've found so far. And it beats out the Harbor Freight Gordon knife just because the fit and finish are a bit nicer. Speaking of which, the Harbor Freight Gordon knife is in the box for live streams. I'm hoping we get that soon. And we're about 10 minutes away from seeing how this 18-degree angle holds up on here. We're just going to call it 18. Speaking of which, I need to check the Gerber quadrant. I believe I sharpened that thing, but I think I did like 21 degrees on it or something, and I'm not sure I'm going to like that for a daily carry. Oh shit, yeah. I hope you were a man and killed it with fire. Aw, man, dude. That kind of behavior does not fit men of action such as yourself and myself. Right, that cord would have done the job. What the hell? Sorry guys, I think I lost something. You got a free one there. Don't say I never gave you nothing. So I'm pretty sure I came down here with a refill for my e-liquid. And it seems to be missing. Either that or I only thought I brought it down. But if you guys will be patient, once I finish this off, we'll see how the 18 degrees is holding up, and then I'm going to run and use the bathroom and take a look and see if I just forgot to bring that downstairs with me. Well, hopefully he provides you with the right answer. Hopefully. I think the 18 degrees is worn a little fast. Or I'm just screwing this cut up real bad. DIY Home Improvements, how you doing? Pretty sure you're new here, so we are working on edge retention on Cryo D2 on this SOG Terminus XR. Right now we're checking the edge. I had to stop the stream and sharpen this. Yeah, it's not quite the same as it was. The finest part of the apex is definitely knocked down, but it's still pretty sharp. It's cutting pretty nice. It's cutting pretty nice, but we definitely got the finest part of the apex knocked down. All right. Guys, I'll be right back. Please behave yourselves and don't set the place on fire while I'm gone. I'm going to use the bathroom and see if I just left my e-liquid upstairs because I need a refill. and I don't see it sitting on the table anywhere. I'll be right back. Let's see if the green lights light up while I'm walking down the stairs. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, guys. Have you tried don't burning the house down? Yeah, I left it upstairs. And yeah, I'm going a little slow because I think we can push this out farther than the rest of our live streams. It's early enough that I'm not getting loopy and kind of lightheaded. Actually, I've been in a house fire. And I had to run back in to try to help save pets and try to help save musical instruments. Don't tell me you're going to complain about cutting this up. Jesus. Okay, I just had a bad angle. No, I don't start loopy and lightheaded. This is just kind of outside the realm of making jokes, but normally I stop. I'm not sure what it is. It might be just the amount of time I've been sitting still, the amount of time I've been talking, or like the last 2 or 3 weeks, the meds I got to take to go to sleep and the stuff I take during the day. I've not been able to stay on a consistent schedule with them like I'm supposed to, because my schedule's been worse than being the third guy in a human centipede. So, yeah, like when they get that far off schedule, there are side effects. Yeah, I mean, it was wild. My friend's mom's ex-second husband, he apparently, after they split up, came by the house and took the good extension cord off the freezer on the back porch and replaced it with one that was shorted out. That's the story I got. So me and my friend and one of our other friends are sitting there just goofing around, and dude walks in there and puts something in the trash, and then I hear what sounds like a trash bag settling when you drop something in there. So I was like, all right, no worries. And then it just kept going. So finally I'm like, what the hell? And I get up and go look in the kitchen, and the back of the house is totally on fire. And dude had like a lot of pet birds and stuff. So like we got the birds, ran outside, I made a second trip in there to get some birds. And then I ran in one more time because I'm like, all right, the first time went okay. And I grabbed his bass because dude played bass religiously. Like that's all he did besides build PCs. And By the time I got that out of there, you're talking about like the thickest black smoke on the planet filling the entire room. And I had maybe 2 or 3 feet of space underneath all that to get out of there. And I got out just fine, but that was dumb. That was really dumb. Don't do that thing. Try 17 degrees. I'm not resharpening this. But yeah, no, the smoke is 100% what gets you. You know, I had been told, but it didn't click how fast that happens. You know, that's what got me, is how fast the house filled up like that and how fast the fire was going. Yeah, possessions can be replaced for sure. You know, it's not like a fire wouldn't be absolutely devastating right now, but stuff can be replaced. I will tell you what was way scarier though. A friend of mine that has had no luck with cars. Like, at that point in his life, dude couldn't buy a good car worth of shit. Just every car he bought was a shit box that stopped working about 3 days after he got it. That's no joke. And so he gets this one car, and he has a friend of his get it fixed up and working, and he just paid to have it, you know, running again good. So we go out and we're driving around, and the passenger side door where I was sitting, you had to open it from the outside. It wouldn't open from the inside. And so he's driving around, and a fuel line was leaking. That yikes. Dude didn't get arrested for arson. I don't think that was intentionally malicious. I just think he wanted the nice extension cord. I don't think he did it on purpose. But his car caught fire, and I happened to have the window up, so I couldn't reach outside to unlock the door. And dude's panicking and can't get out of the driver's seat that quickly, and the fire is on my side of the car coming towards me. And I just had to wait and wait, and the second he got himself out the door, I went straight over the stick shift in the console and got out the driver's side door. And we had a friend of ours that was pretty much totally blind, and he tried to go back into the car for his sunglasses after the front half was totally engulfed in flames, and we had to like force him to not go and get them. And you know, stood there watching the car burn down, and thank God for small favors, we were a short walk away from his house when it happened. Like, we had to hoof it up some really steep hills, and it took a few minutes, but, you know, we were walking distance. Yeah, I couldn't begin to imagine what it's like to have animals that are that large that you can really only do so much to help get out of a fire. Like, no, I could not stand there and watch that. Thoughts on the blade? From the factory, not great. After I got it sharpened, definitely adequate. However, that does not solve the issue with the pocket clip. Cannot believe the cut was that bad on the factory edge. And yeah, I will be stropping the hell out of this at the end of the live stream just to see what it do. But I know we had talked about it, but Cryo D2 is apparently supposed to be a bit more durability than edge retention. So I'm kind of expecting that, you know, at the 3.5 hour mark, it would have been showing significant wear. I don't know if I can push for 2 more hours on this. We're going to see how far I can go. We still got a reasonable stash of cardboard. I'm not totally out of it yet. But we have already put some wear on the edge. So it may deteriorate faster than we expected. I know 18 degrees, like 17 to 20 degrees seems to be the preferred sharpening for most guys that fuck around with knives a lot. So I'm hoping just knocking the finest part of the apex down leaves it where it's going to sit for the next few hours. I mean, it would be nice if the Cryo D2 held up, but, you know, that's what we're here to learn. Wow, it says I've only got 9 likes on the video. I wonder how many people have just come in, like every live stream. I always wonder how many people came in, saw like the hander pants and the weird conversation and went, fuck this, I'm out. Man, that PS5 box took forever to finish killing. Yeah, that's a much better cut through here. Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's kind of something I'm a bit curious with is, you know, if the channel does make some good growth while I'm still doing these live streams, whether or not we'll get the audience past, you know, 5 or 6 people. Because like we'll have the same 5-6 people in here pretty much every time, and then maybe 1 or 2 new people will show up. But stuff like that's always interesting to think about. Sir, again, I ain't trying to sing. You ain't gonna get singing out of me. All right, I bought the hander pants. I cut up pizza boxes. I ain't singing. However, I do appreciate your optimism. I definitely appreciate it. Like, I'm always blown away with the it's not the bad conversation. It's just you come in here and you're looking for a live stream where a guy's like sitting there on screen. You can see him and he's talking and everybody's active. And then you roll in, it's like, well, the chat's pretty dead and all we're doing is some guy is cutting cardboard. But yes, 1977. My humility is the stuff of legend. They write books about my humility. Brother, I don't even sing to myself. Like I said, I'm not in the mood to hurt my own feelings. Yeah, no. Like I appreciate you're trying to figure out how to make music work here, but you're barking up the wrong tree. However, do we want the knight, the scuba guy, Frankenstein, or we'll throw the robot in the mix? I have no idea who that is, Spook. All right, so we got the robot. We're doing the robot this time. Like, the robot's my least favorite of these guys, but we got to throw him in the mix. He needs his time to shine.
Warning.
Okay, that one was pretty good. I don't know if this one has a song. I don't see a song. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I thought there was someone that was well known dropped in. I'm like, all right. Matisfaction dropped in one time. He was here for about 8 minutes, I think, if that long. Yeah, I don't even know if like last time I had the option to like punch a bunch of hearts in on this thing, and I don't know where that went. It's not there anymore. Yeah, if you have to explain your own joke. My apologies. I hate to subject you to that kind of misery. Yeah, without a frame of context, that was definitely a swing and a miss. Chat, we got to give me something to work with here. My brain is starting to go blank. And no, before you ask, I'm not going to start singing. That is a bad joke. There once was a girl named Bernice. She circumcised men with her teeth. Did neither for fame nor for love of the game, but to get at the cheese underneath. Punisher, that joke's fucking ancient, man. Come on. That's a fucking Reader's Digest grade joke. There once was a man named Enos, a verily talented pianist. He went to his dentist, he played lots of tennis. You thought I was gonna say penis. Oh, man. I tell you what, guys, I'm going to be so damn sore when I go upstairs. I tell you what, man, I got like a couple boxes sitting here I damn well ain't about to cut up. There's not a chance in hell. Yeah, I can't stay downstairs forever, boss. Back when I had my PS4 down here so that I could I've been through periods when I'm not employed for a while. And the last 2 times that happened, I stayed on Destiny 2 for incredibly long periods. Destiny 1 and 2 for incredibly long periods. And I would be down here for like the entire damn day. I don't know, we always have people that'll lurk and don't pop up in the chat. I don't know if it's just they're like listening and they're bored and don't have anything else to do, or they're just kind of people that don't really engage in the chat on live streams. I'm happy they're watching. But like I know two what? But, you know, I know there have been times where, like, I've gone on to live streams, especially when I hadn't really hit many, and I'm just sitting there, I'm like, I'm kind of scared to type anything and include myself in this conversation. I don't know what it is, but that's like some weird anxiety to have. So, I am one of the people in here on my alt account. Yeah, no, Jason, you're good. You're good. It's just we have a lot of times where we'll have like 9, 11. I think once we had like 13. And it's a lot of people that, you know, they're either watching or listening, just not hitting the chat up. But yeah, I've got a second phone set up on my old account so that I can read the comments without having to like go up over the top of the ring light to look at my the phone I'm filming on. I think I may have offended Punisher. Yeah, this is starting to get really, really sore now. Like, it's taking longer than usual, and that may or may not be the fault of the hander pants. But they're starting to skid mark, up. All right, Chex Mix, it's time to atone for your sins. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm still in a weird spot where, like, I want to clean, but it's kind of like everything else in my life. When I'm not at work, like, my energy level is so low. Like, I can commit to something for about 15, 20 minutes, and then once I've passed that point, like, I have to stop and just go do something else. You know, I don't know how I had I don't know how I had enough spoons to knock down 2 trees on the side of the house and process those and everything in one go, but I'm glad I did. Oh, I'm not trying to get rid of you, man. You're our trivia golem. Now, I'm trying to think. There's like one movie that I had thought about when we were talking about our favorites a while ago that I completely overlooked. It was Fight Club. And I don't know if I ever... Yeah, I know we talked about that when I couldn't find it on DVD forever. And then had to buy it on Blu-ray. There's actually a DVD that I have on my wish list right now. There was a documentary about some guys that have basically built a small village in abandoned train tunnels under, I believe, New York or Chicago. And like, it was kind of chronicling how these guys lived and how their environment was and all that, and then what happened when the transit authority got wind of the fact that they were there and shut that down. But these guys had like all kinds of random holes in random places where they would just basically pop underground and then pop back up out from underground. They had like houses and stuff built. Like, if you ever seen parts of the world where they have like their own homemade shacks all lined up, you know, made out of like corrugated steel and wood and everything else. It looked like that, just underground. And that thing was fascinating when I watched it. And I just found out what it was again not too long ago and put that on the wish list. And I should have ordered that earlier, and I didn't. But the resources I had went to that O-Knife and the Mayhem that may or may not show up. Until I get it in hand, we're going to call it the May or May Not Him. Yeah, the maybe him. As I said, I genuinely hope that thing shows up so much. That's going to be a real solid flex. I got a $6 Mayhem. And the blade on that is I do not remember what city it was based in. I didn't read the book. I don't think it was brought up in the movie. It might have been, probably during the part where they landed at the airport, but I do not know what city and or state it was in. Like, I haven't watched it in years. You know, I've seen it like a million times, but that was years and years ago. You know, and I like how, I like how a lot of people are like, if that's your favorite movie ever and you try to live by that, you're definitely a very toxic person. And I can see that. You know, it's just like, hey, can't I just like the movie for what it is? You know, and especially after, you know, living through what I've lived through, the whole split personality is definitely something that, for some reason I can connect with, even though I've never lived through that myself. Yeah, I haven't read Fight Club the book. Although, I will say I did something stupid. I read Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter before I saw the movie, just so I could walk out complaining that it didn't follow the book, just to mess with people. And then I forgot to do that when I left the theater. Like, I don't remember much about the movie, but I liked it when I saw it. Like, that's been years and years ago, and so many life things happening that weren't fun that it's definitely fallen by the wayside. Wilmington, Delaware. All right. And I'm going to treat you to, I don't know. I hope that wasn't too loud on your phone or that I scared the shit out of somebody. Oh, hey, we got an extra box. Oh, nice. I think the last book I started on and didn't finish was American Gods. And it's that thing where I can't focus on anything long enough to sit down and read and actually read, which sucks. But that's just where I am right now. Because that was a pretty good book going into it. I mean, here's the thing. Bad movies can still be a lot of fun. You know, they don't have to be some profound statement about the condition of humanity or something like that. They can just be a bad movie that's fun to watch. You know, people don't have to get as up in arms as they do about it. Oh no, the first rule of Knife Club is we talk about it extensively and won't shut the hell up about it. That's the first rule of Knife Club. Yeah, and you know, I've been sleep deprived. Like, my ability to focus has just kind of gone out the window. You know, I'm hoping I don't wind up suffering from like dementia or something like that later on in life. I know there's some weird crap coming off my mom's side of the family that, you know, my brother has unfortunately combined with the wrong substances and kind of gone off the deep end. Oh, no, Twilight. My kid's mom, my ex-wife, was super into Twilight when it came out. You know, she was there at Walmart for the midnight release, all that stuff. And she made the mistake of watching one of the Twilight movies while I was just slammed full of painkillers. I sat there making fun of that thing the whole damn time, like full MST3K. Well, it's raining, better take my shirt off. And it's like, she got so mad, she stopped talking to me for like 3 weeks. And I mean, it's not even a joke. It was like 3 weeks she just stopped talking to me. And like, finally she comes to me and she's like, I'm ready to start talking to you again. And before I could even think, I'm like, really? It was so nice. And she didn't like that a whole hell of a lot. I did. That was a great one. Yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of movies I just truly despise. But there's a lot of things where I know I'm not going to like it, so I don't go into them. But there was one called Mimic, where it was about roaches becoming human hybrids or something like that. And it was so bad that I got up and walked out of the theater. And I was there with like 3 girls in one go. Like, it was that damn bad. Because, like, I will watch a bad movie because it's bad and enjoy the hell out of it. But that was the wrong kind of bad. I don't know who the hell was in it, man. Like, this was like back in 1998 or something like that. Yeah, and I wish some of the more obscure oddball ones that I've seen were more easily available and more accessible. Deterioration with Bruce Willis. That's ringing a bell. What's the title of it? But like FDR American Badass. It was on Netflix. It was fucking hilarious. And I can't find it now, but it was fucking hilarious. Oh, what the... Was that the one where they had the androids that lived for them, and then every time they like came out from under that reality, they were getting older and older? Okay, gotcha. See? You're our trivia golem. Oh. Yeah, there are only two bad movies. Every other movie's good. There's only two. I'm gonna say it right now, and I will fight you on it, but Logan's Run is the prequel to Biodome. Yeah, Surrogates, that's the one. I liked that when I saw it, but I don't remember it. Yeah. All right, Jason, man, great to have you here. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, so Logan's Run is the prequel to Biodome. And I never saw Deep Star 6. Now, I'm trying to think of the movies that I saw that I just genuinely disliked. And now that I try to think of it, I'm just drawing a big-ass blank. There were a couple of Terminator 2 sequels that I did not like at all. Like, so much that I just don't remember them now. Those were bad. I tried watching The Crow City of Angels, I think, at some point. It was like, nope, I'm out on that one. The Crow 3, that ended up being pretty decent, but it was also not trying to do anything with the original. It was just its own separate little deal. Super Troopers, that was one that was disappointing. Like, the first third of that movie started off just fucking hilarious, and then it just morphed into something that wasn't it. Like, just kind of out of nowhere, it did a pivot into, like, just something else entirely. Like, that ruined it for me. That was kind of the same thing with Inglourious Bastards. Like, Inglourious Bastards is good, but, like, I went in there for, like, you know, like, From Dusk Till Dawn, but with killing Nazis is what I was hoping for. I wasn't expecting it to turn into a suspense thing. It's like I'm not great with suspense movies. I just don't do well with that. Like, I'd have to go upstairs and start looking through my DVD collection to start putting memories back together for stuff that I've watched a good few times now. Yeah, there are different types of bad. And, you know, I like the so bad it's good stuff. That's part of why Troma is so awesome. Like, they go out of their way to make bad movies that are still, you know, fun to watch. The Tarantino one. You know, that's what I was saying. I really wanted just basically From Dusk Till Dawn, but with killing Nazis. And it turned into a suspense thing. And it's like, I'm not good with suspense movies. I watched Jeepers Creepers. I like that one. 13 Ghosts. I watched that one a whole bunch of damn times, but then I went back to watch it again later, and the nostalgia wore off, and it's like, that just didn't age that well. But man, it was fantastic at the time. Yeah, slasher flicks rarely hold my attention. It's just my suspension of disbelief isn't there. You know, House of a Thousand Corpses is kind of its own separate thing. I love that. I love The Devil's Rejects. Those were some fantastic films. Yeah. One thing that I do want to see is The Raid and The Raid Redemption. I don't know if anyone's familiar with those, but I've been told what the synopsis is, and I really want to see that. But basically, it's like a... Yeah, like, I like them both about the same. The Devil's Rejects was a little bit more intense. Oh my god, dude, I saw a part of that and I was like, nope, fuck this, I'm out. That's just like the fucking Nutty Professor, the Eddie Murphy remake or whatever the hell it was. Nope. Like, there's stuff like that, like the Dr. Dolittle thing, like, nope, not there for that. Like, I don't know how those things get made or how those things make money. Yeah, I've heard, like, from what I understand, the most recent Judge Dredd movie with Carl Urban, that one is kind of a bit of a ripoff of The Raid. I have not seen the Munsters thing yet. But again, I haven't really been watching movies recently either. Yeah, Addams Family Values. I saw that one when I was a kid, and I liked it when I was a kid. I bet it would still be pretty decent now. You know, Christopher Lloyd, you can't go wrong there. Dude, Wild Wild West was so bad it was good. Like, I will watch that. I'll tell you what, though, I feel bad for Will Smith's entire life. Jesus Christ. Like, that dude has made some shit decisions with his personal life. Like, I'm sorry, but if my wife had the idea to sit there and interview me in front of the whole country about that time she fucked my kid's friend, hell no. Like, Rich, what's up? We're talking about bad movies, brother. And I know you didn't like the SOG Terminus XR. That's the one we're working with tonight. The Factory Edge was doing this to poster board. So we ended up breaking out the Precision Adjust and regrinding it to 18 degrees. And we had to like reprofile the whole damn thing before it would start cutting right. Hey, these hander pants are very sensual. I know you're slightly turned on by them. But yeah, the Factory Edge on this thing was garbage. It was just ground at the wrong damn angle. I don't know what they thought you were gonna be cutting with this thing, but whew. And I think we're just about 2 hours in on the new edge that I reprofiled. And I gotta say that Worksharp Precision Adjust was worth every damn penny. Yeah, I know you really didn't like that, and I can see why now. Like, the pocket clip I absolutely hate. I like the action on it. I really like the action on it, but the angles on the Factory Edge were complete and utter garbage. Yeah, I already know what serrated edges do to cardboard, and like there would be absolutely no point in trying it here. As I said, I've broken down plenty of cardboard with serrated edges, or at least enough to know that I hate the experience. Change channel to what? To hander pants? Why you gotta hate on the hander pants? They're awesome. You know, the guys on the stream asked me for hander pants and I delivered. These guys know I spoil them. We didn't have a pizza box to cut up, but I treated the guys to a PlayStation 5 box. Yeah, and these are live stream only. You got to be on a live stream to get the hander pants, and I've got to go stitch this back up. Well, yeah, serrations have their place. You know, if I'm working outdoors and I'm doing stuff like cutting up chunks of rope or something like that, then yeah, I want serrations. A fine edge with a high polished sharpen is not good for that. But You know, the kind of work I do, and for this stuff right here, plain edge is the way to go. I want the BDZ-1 steel now. I want to do Cardboard Slayer with it. Well, now I have to look. I don't have the money to keep buying new gloves like that. I don't. Oh, Rich, I don't know if you saw, but I ordered a Cold Steel Mayhem for $6. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Oh man, discontinued. Apparently, like I'm getting one-time run off of this. Uh, yeah, still $70. Like I can't swing that. Oh no, I didn't froze. I was online looking at the BDZ-1. Um, I'm not super worried about trying it out. And again, I'm not where like I have people sending me stuff anyways. Like it's on eBay. I found it there, but it's like $70. Like that's a bit too much to spend just to try something on Cardboard Slayer. Like what was so bad about the BDZ-1 anyways? Oh, no, we're making the brown spots on the gloves. Don't worry. They're starting to look properly loved. And I don't think I've mentioned it, but because I don't get to just yeah, I don't know whether I agree with you or not, but I mean honestly, I wouldn't spend the money on this a second time. But given that I have to take everything out of the box anyways and put it on the shelf, I don't like these tear apart for shelf display boxes. And I will tell you right now, this hot spot right here is starting to hurt real damn bad. All right, folks. See you later, man. Appreciate you being here. I don't know why 8CR has to be named something else. It's just like, bro, it's 8CR. Which 8CR is just 440 made in a different country. All right, so I'm going to wrap up this piece of cardboard and we're going to check the edge retention on it. And I'm going to take about 5 minutes to let my hand rest because Jesus Christ, this is starting to hurt. And the hander pants can come off. They have been on for long enough. Yep, another stitch just broke. Yeah, these may not survive too long. I'm surprised they've held up as well as they have, I'll be honest. Yeah. And this collar on here is so small and so non-flexible that it makes it real hard to get it over the big ass hands. All right. I don't know how well this will show up, but right here is just tore the fuck up. Yeah. Guys, we're getting a bunch of Terminus XR lore. Soak it up while you can. See, like, there's so much of that stuff that I missed out on. It's part of why, like, I consider myself not that knowledgeable. You know, again, I'm learning this stuff as I go. I'm wondering if the collar on the hander pants pushing right here is what set this thing off so hard. Yeah, that is painful. All right, how's our edge looking? So the edge is about where it was like an hour ago. Yeah. So the 18-degree angle is holding up really good. The D2 is holding up really good. Yeah, I'm not upset. At least not by the edge retention. And we haven't seen the knight yet today. We're going to give him some time. There we are. We got the song. And yeah, here's where more adhesives come off. And this is how you can kind of tell you don't have a super deep hollow on here. If we got a really deep, like too deep hollow grind, there'd be no tape here. It'd just all be on the flat and right there on the edge. So we'll get some rubbing alcohol and clean that off later whenever we go to strop this and see how it do. Oh. God, there's like a 45-second delay like between me doing this and it showing up on my second screen. Jesus, we were on about bad movies. I'm still trying to think of stuff. Oh god, Polar Express. I don't ever want to see that again. All right, I'm not frozen. I'm giving myself a second for this to calm down right here. Before we go back in. The chat just completely died. Dances with Wolves. I watched the shit out of that one. I've watched that one a ton of times. The original Mad Max trilogy, I've seen that a million fucking times. I haven't seen House on Haunted Hill, and Frailty I don't think I've even heard of. What was it? The Highwaymen. I think that was Kevin Costner and fucking Woody Harrelson. Yeah, I love that movie. Open Range is not one that I'm familiar with. I think just because there's so much like First Nations, Native American in my dad's side of the family that I was just kind of around that for my whole life. And, you know, it just, that one was kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, Blazing Saddles comes up quite often when we do movies. Yeah, the Highwaymen, if I've got the movie title right, that's where Kevin Costner and Woody Harrelson are going after Bonnie and Clyde and go on this whole road trip deal. Like, I really enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure I've got the actors right and the title right, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, that was really good. Tombstone's another one that took me decades to watch. I only watched that one a few years ago, but damn, that's a good movie. I haven't seen Draft Day. Oh, Moneyball. I fucking loved watching that one. Like, I'm not even a baseball guy, but that was a good movie. Like, I know it's a bit, I guess, obsolete, but the Browning automatic rifle, that's one that I would absolutely love to have. Those have always been cool in my opinion. Yeah, Moneyball is just so damn good. Like, I don't like sports. I don't do sports. I don't enjoy sports, but that was still a good movie. Oh, come on. There we are. Yeah, I think the hander pants was what was causing so much irritation there, which that was unexpected. blade's a new one to me. And of course, we can't do this without mentioning Conair. Gotcha. Speaking of which, Bloodsport. Fucking love that. I made the wife sit there and watch it, and she didn't really like it that much. Or I think I did. There was a bunch of them I made her sit there and watch. I sat her through Blues Brothers, made sure she saw that and knew what it was. Yeah, Bloodsport, I love that one. Love that one. I don't know, but like I had a lot of fun when I was just slammed the fuck out on painkillers and I watched the last like 30 minutes of Con Air in French. For some reason that was hilarious at the time. Oh, Death Race. Like, was it Death Race 2000? Yeah, Death Race 2000 with like Stallone and fuck, I forgot his name. Carradine, David Carradine. Is it 13th Warriors or the 13th Warrior? Because I've seen the 13th Warrior with Banderas. Yes, Stallone and Carradine. That was fantastic, only because it was so damn ridiculous. The grenade hand was the best part of that fucking movie. There's an entire ass pineapple fragmentation grenade embedded in my hand, and no one's gonna know it until I shake their hand. Right. Sure. Yeah, my brother-in-law, from my first marriage, he fell in love with the 13th Warrior, so pretty much every afternoon he sat back and watched it when we were all staying in the same house. Oh, does anybody watch The Questionable Garage on YouTube? Yeah, has anyone watched Questionable Garage? Formerly known as Wrench Every Day. So, Questionable Garage, like if you're familiar with Tavarish, Freddie Tavarish, Jared Pink was the guy that came in and helped him out with a lot of builds, and then they started Wrench Every Day together, and then Tavarish broke off and did his own thing, and Jared took over that one, and then changed the name to Questionable Garage. But the reason I bring that up is he did a video series on one of the original GMC EV trucks. Electric trucks from like 2002, and they were all supposed to be destroyed, and so there's only like a few of them left alive on the face of the planet. He got one of those, and the one he got, there's really strong odds that I drove it at one point in time, way back when. Just an interesting little tidbit. because the trucks came from Dobbins Air Reserve Base over here in Marietta, a little ways outside of Atlanta. And I worked on Dobbins Air Reserve for a civilian contractor taking care of their civil service stuff, roads and grounds, janitorial, communications, all that stuff, motor pool. And they had those for the maintenance department, so I did drive those around every so often. Oh, wow, cool. I said my biggest claim to fame is I know guys that were on Forged in Fire. And a magnet that I made is in the background of one of the episodes of Forged in Fire. So, did the guy that worked on Viva La Bam figure out that Don Vito was a pedo pretty quickly? Yeah, Viva La Bam was one of my favorite shows for a while there. I'll tell you though, it sucks seeing how far Bam Margera went downhill thanks to drugs and alcohol. And then to see him be given a chance to come back and flushing that down the toilet and then blaming everybody else for it. That is hard to watch. You know, how dare someone put in his contract writer that he has to remain sober for the duration of filming? Don Vito, man, I can't imagine anything was healthy about his life outside the show. Like, it looks like Bam has gotten sober again, but I don't think he's hit the point where he's willing to take accountability for the issues that he caused himself on Jackass 4. Like, I don't. Yeah, and like, you know, I know there's at least some video that I think is recent of him reconnecting with Steve-O. But like the fact that he still blames like Johnny Knoxville and Tremaine for his issues, you know, and all we know is that they had it in his contract that he needed to be tested and remain sober for the duration of filming Jackass to be there. And he couldn't do that. So then it was everybody else's fault that he couldn't be in the movie. You know, and it's something I understand all too well, but God, it was sad to see that happen. You know, it's just like, I think the last time I saw him talk about it, like he's blaming his ex-wife for not being able to see his kids, and it's like, bro, you inflicted that on yourself. Or it was the newest Jackass movie. I'm not sure what the number was at this point. Yeah, probably Jackass Forever. And you know, something else totally side tangent related, but you know, Jackass got me started on CKY. And CKY is great as long as you don't think too much about their lead singer's career after he left CKY. Because that's fucked up. Dude apparently turned into a white supremacist, and he has a a picture of one of his bandmates wearing a Clan t-shirt on stage with him. It's just like, holy fuck, that was a hard turn. I mean, that tells you it was always there. It's just he finally acted out on it. If you're talking about the old Love Boat TV show, that was way before my time. But yeah, I mean, if you like 96 Quite Bitter Beings, you should check out the rest of their library. Like, there's a lot of really, really, really good stuff there. Like, really good. I need to look that up. Bro, if you would get the link and email that to me, that would be amazing. Because I don't want to forget about that. It's like the Dead South has done one song that I really, really, really like, and it's the same one that everybody else really, really, really likes, but it's a very good song. But I want to see their take. I did not. I'll tell you one movie I love that a lot of people just don't like is oh dude, email me that link before you do anything. Email me that link. Okay, cool, good, thank you. I didn't see the first comment, but a movie I love that a lot of people don't like is Over the Top with Stallone. It's just such a good bad movie. Thanks for coming by, Punisher. Though, hopefully I'll see you again on the next one, or maybe in an hour or two here. I watched Magnum PI pretty regularly when I was a kid. Yeah, Over the Top. That's where Sylvester Stallone arm wrestled his way into our hearts. It's kind of like Commando, Schwarzenegger. It's a bad movie, but it's so good. Fucking The Running Man. Oh my god, I love The Running Man so damn much. Yes, sir, he did. But The Running Man, that's one of my favorite movies, like, of all time. And I thank God every day that they did not decide that we need a remake or a reboot of The Running Man. Like, if it was handled right, a Running Man sequel somehow tied to it, but, with modern visual effects, if it was written properly and not trying to be a remake of The Running Man just with new shit, that could be good. Oh god, what, there was like professional arm wrestlers, I think, and there was one guy that did the same thing. He's like, when I turn this hat around, I'm a machine. Like, I don't know if he was like directly quoting it or what, but I think I saw a guy doing that in real life, seemingly unironically. Yeah, it's just, again, like, that's not one that you could really remake and have it come out right. Like, you can't capture the essence of what that movie is with modern technology. It can't be done. Like, you're talking about a completely separate story. Like, find a viable way to link it to the first one. but there's no way that you can catch that vibe again and really catch the essence of that today. Well, this guy was a lot younger than Stallone, and it was far more recent, so I'm pretty sure he copied Stallone. Like I said, I vaguely remember seeing that, but that's not 100% reliable because my memory is quite heavily damaged. So don't take that as the gospel. Yeah, no, the guy with the neon light suit was fantastic. And I mean, here's the thing. We've had enough dystopian movies that were kind of in the same vein that, you know, that like a sequel to that or something that, you know, ties to it would definitely be believable. You know, it would definitely fly today. It would just have to be done right. That's the hard part. Like treating that right and not shitting on the original movie's, you know, whole deal would be real hard to pull off. Fucking let Michael Bay have at it. Everybody explodes every 2 minutes. And oh yeah, lens flare too. And shaky jump cut cam. I think we are officially into the longest live stream we've done by 30 minutes. Yeah, I tried going back and watching Small Soldiers not too long ago, and that one didn't seem to age too well. Yeah, it's 6:30 here. So you're 6 hours off from where we are. You're 6 hours out in front of me. But we're hitting 5 hours on the live stream. Oh, Starship Troopers was great. That was great. Even if you didn't get the point, it was still great. Who was it? Last time it came up, somebody was talking about their teacher showing them Starship Troopers in middle school and not knowing there was going to be so much nudity and co-ed shower scenes and stuff. Like I said, I can't think of a way really off the top of my head that you could make a new Running Man work. Not without just shitting on the old one. You know, like, I will say the new RoboCop, that new one from a few years ago, did a pretty damn good job with it. nobody wanted it made because, you know, it's not the original, but they did a pretty good job handling that. The only thing I didn't like with that is they missed out on about 5 million Easter eggs they could have dropped. You know, that's the only thing I didn't like about that one, was the lack of Easter eggs. They're just like, you know what? Fuck fan service. That's just like the Carl Urban Judge Dredd movie. That was actually really good. They got that one right. Which one you need to watch, Me with Knives? Yeah, Mad Max Fury Road. That's another good example of bringing an old franchise back to life. Like, that was a great movie all the way around. That is one where Demolition Man, that was a fantastic movie. Fantastic. Like, Fury Road is kind of the masterclass on how to, you know, make an older movie everything that it could have been without shitting on the old movie. Yeah, like I said, I like the RoboCop remake, but I mean, I'm able to take a lot of things at face value that a lot of other people aren't willing to, you know. Just taking it face value, separated from the old RoboCop movies, it was enjoyable. Well, those boxes are finally gone. And yeah, now that I had the hander pants off, this isn't really taking that much of a beating. Like, it was just the hander pants rubbing up against this right here. All right. I tell you, there was a knockoff RoboCop toy called Robert Cop that I really, really want to get. But the only place I've seen one show up is on eBay, and it was for way too fucking much money. Like, it almost looks like an obvious plant situation. But it was just a really, really bad translation for a Chinese knockoff. Like, that's the thing, like, modern CGI and modern effects have gotten to the point where, you know, they can do incredible fucking things. Like, look at the Avengers movie, especially Endgame. You know, they definitely prove that you can do amazing things with effects now. It's just, again, you can't catch the same vibe as an 80s practical effects movie with these with the tools we have today. You can't do it. You know, that's why, like, you'll never be able to make Gremlins again. You know, you'll never be able to make RoboCop again. Just, I'm pretty sure the skills needed to make those practical effects happen are definitely dying out. And you can't replicate those Gizmo. You can't replicate those practical effects. Ghostbusters 1 and 2. I love those movies. But I haven't seen the new ones. I'm not going to watch the one that's all female just because I've seen how bad that is from everybody else's experience. The other one I would definitely watch if I had the time and attention span to watch it. But again, you can't capture the magic from a storyteller. I'm I'm not sure what that is. You're referencing something I don't know or I've forgotten. But, you know, it's just, you can't redo that stuff. You know, if we still had like the old prop masters around and the old, you know, practical effects guys floating around, you could probably pull off doing a new movie with the, yeah, that's the one that I wanted to see, was that one. Cardboard's falling on my lights again. Screw you, cardboard. But, yeah, like it'd be interesting to see a new movie with like all the practical effects of the 80s, right before the 90s hit and guys were screwing with CGI and stuff. But do a new movie, but see what you can do with the old way of doing the practical effects. That would be really interesting. I will say, to this thing's credit, I don't know if you guys haven't really seen the close-ups on it because it's kind of hard to catch it on camera, but the 8CR13 that we've done picks up a ton of hairline scratches from the cardboard on it while we're doing this, and this has nothing except some adhesive stuck to it. I haven't seen that one, but that's not saying a whole lot. There's a lot that I haven't seen. I tell you, you want a movie that was terrible, that was only good if you were 8 years old, is a Pagemaster. You know, when they tried to push Macaulay Culkin into everything after Home Alone, Pagemaster was just, Macaulay Culkin couldn't act. I don't hate Will Smith, but I feel bad for his entire fucking life. You know, I was talking about that right when you came in, Rich, but, you know, I'm sorry. I don't know how the hell the man is willing to go on TV and have his wife interview him about how he felt about his son's friend that she smashed. Like, in what world is that okay to do in any way? You know, I don't understand him hitting Chris Rock unless she just wanted him to do that and the guy is just that fucking whipped by her. But, God almighty. Yeah, I Am Legend. And I don't know if you were here for that discussion, but when I got clean, I was sleeping about 20, 30 minutes a night for like 62 or 63 straight days. And I watched I Am Legend and Hancock every single night. And then I'd watch 300 or Watchmen with that while I was waiting to go to work. Yeah, I don't understand the guy. Because, like, I've lived with someone that was having an affair and trying to get stuff back on the rails, but there is no way in hell I would have done any of that at all. Like, entanglement, my left ass. We're getting into nothing but boxes that are really difficult to cut now. I'm starting to run out of cardboard. I got 5 boxes of shredded cardboard just sitting there waiting to go back to work. I mean, this is part of the edge retention flogging. You know, it's going to come with the territory. You know, the upshot with the more hardcore cardboard, is, we're really putting the edge through it. Dude, I'm not even sure it's that. Like, I know there's a lot of weird shit going on there, especially with the whole Diddy thing going down right now. A lot of stuff's coming to light that wasn't there. Um, I'm not entirely sure what the deal is with that. He may be, he may not be. Oh, dude, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll definitely be taking a look at that once I get upstairs, once we're done with this. Oh, no worries. Like, there aren't that many emails that come into that email box, so it's not going to be hard to find. You don't got to worry about that. Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with someone being gay. That's not the issue. It's just the fact that he was willing to do that on TV and be subjected to that kind of humiliation. And then still try to act tough afterwards. It's just mind blowing. It is mind blowing. Well, that's the thing is like we're getting a whole lot of the stuff coming out with Diddy stuff going down. As I haven't heard anything about him being gay. He might not be. He might be. Who knows? But yeah, I cannot process. Especially being in a position where he didn't have to do that. Like, as far as, like, Jada Pinkett's concerned, like, he already went through it with her when they got together. Like, when he got together with her, he had been trying forever, and, I think she had something going on with Tupac at the same time, too. So he was scared to death of that, but, I mean, like, he was down bad from the word go, He was putting himself in situations where, like, even me with a 5-year dry spell would be like, yeah, no thanks, I'll pass. Yeah, there's some, like, I know they're guessing, like, because I know he's also in the Church of Scientology, which is just, I don't know how you subject yourself to that and live with yourself while it's happening. I don't. But from what I understand, like, if you outrank somebody in Scientology, it's okay to just slap the shit out of them, which that may have been part of it. And I think Jada may outrank him in the church, and so she's able to just tell him to go do that. Yeah. Will Smith is, from what I've seen and as far as I understand, Scientology, Jada Scientology, Chris Rock might be Scientology. Like, the list of people that aren't Scientologists would probably be a lot shorter. Which I'm sure the Church of Scientology has someone in my front yard right now for saying it's a bunch of confusing bullshit. That'd be fucked up if someone knocked on the door right after I said that. I want y'all to know that. Knock off. What's up, brother? Yeah, the live stream's going longer than any other live stream has gone. We're about 45 minutes past the record, I believe. I was like Isaac Hayes. Isaac Hayes, Scientologist. When South Park did the episode, you know, making fun of Scientology, he tapped out. He's just like, I'm done with this show. Like, I don't really care what kind of lifestyle those guys would give me. Like, there's no way in hell I'd be taking part in that. The knife's doing okay. I'm just trying to get the amount of wear on it that I want before wrapping this up. You know, just trying to give it its due integrity on the cardboard slayer test. Yeah, as far as I know, Will Smith, Scientologist. I said, I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. If Punisher was here, he'd look it up for us. There we are. Oh, cool. Nice sale. All right, Wilderness Man, have a good one. Yeah, I've got my own get off my lawn toys. That's a good sale, though. I'm pretty sure it did turn out better than it was when you started, at least. I don't think really much of anything you do with a creative or a handmade element really results in it coming out looking as good as you wanted. It pretty much, I rarely get something that comes out looking as good as I wanted. Like lanyard beads, those are easy. Like the resin casts don't always come out as good as I want them, but the resin beads are easy enough to make that it's not hard to please yourself with them. I think Rich would probably be able to speak to that a little bit more effectively than I can. And yeah, I am slowing down a little bit. I'm starting to get really tired now. Yeah, that'll do it right there. And Punisher, have you thought about just getting some steel stock that's as thick as a blade and just practicing, you know, 4, 5, 6 feet at a time on that? That's how we did when I was in classes for welding. You know, we just basically get steel and practice on that and just do a few feet at a time. Like you could do shitloads of practice on file work on a couple of feet of you know, steel that's the right thickness, even if you had to heat treat it. That's fair. Yeah, we need you to start doing like file work on gas station knives. Throw those through the ringer. Like here's a tack force with some extremely fancy file work on it. Oh, nice. That's $5 well spent. Okay, I think when I finish this chunk of this box, that's where I'm gonna wrap things up. I'm starting to get very, 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 very tired. And I will say the edge profile I put on this, so much better. So much better. Yeah, dang. Yeah, these cuts are starting to get real difficult, gentlemen. Oh. We can do this. We can get this last piece cut up. We can do it. Sir, what is the difference between a gentleman and a douchebag? Oh, gotcha. That really depends on the situation. Like, that really is situational. Like, there are people right now I will talk shit because I can. It's not because I'm scared of them. It's just there are headaches that go with dealing with them to their face on shit like that that just ain't worth it. And there's a lot of people that, you know, if you have problems with their behavior, they cannot stand hearing anything critical about themselves, or will start flying off the handle over shit like that. It's like, all right, well, you do clown shit, you gonna get clowned. But yeah, if I've tried to talk to you face to face about problems like that and you still keep doing shit, all bets are off, man. Do clown shit, get clowned. Oh my God. So tired. I'm assuming you had an issue or something like that to bring that up. Yeah, like if someone's got a legitimate beef about something I'm saying or doing, I'm willing to change my behavior if it's a problem. But, you know, there's a lot of people that aren't that self-aware, or, you know, it's your fault you have a problem with their bullshit. And of course, there are some people in some environments like work where you're just fucking stuck for it. You can't just say, I don't want to be around you anymore and stop seeing them. I don't know. Someone talks about me behind my back. I do not care. Say whatever the fuck you want. I got enough of my own problems. I do not give a shit. Because trust me, you ain't going to throw nothing out there that's going to hurt me at all. All right, if it's something that can actually hurt me or something that is going to be potentially damaging, I don't make it public to begin with. You ain't going to damn well know about it. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I ain't for everybody. You don't like me? Cool. I do not care. All right. We're a good 3 hours in on the new 18-degree edge. I'd say that's a pretty good test overall. Forehead Jack, what's up? Why do people always come in right at the end? Either I'm feeling a little bit of edge wear or I'm messing the cut up. No, like it took it like a champ. It took 3 hours of cuts like a champ. Like, of course, the finer part of the apex is worn off, as expected, but Rich hates the hander pants. Uh, 3 hours. Look, 3 hours since we put the new edge on it. I don't know if you were here or not whenever I took out the work sharp and just redid the entire edge at 18 degrees. Reprofiled the whole thing. So yeah, it's cutting. It's a little bit loud, but that's also probably as much me as it is the knife. However, yeah, so basically at the, what was it, 2 hour mark, when I was cutting up the PlayStation 5 box, this is the edge it was giving us, or this was the cut it was giving us on poster board, basically. And so I took the work sharp out and I reprofiled the whole thing to 18 degrees. And that turned it into a good cutter. Doesn't fix the pocket clip. I just wish the pocket clip was better. So now we strop the piss out of it. All right, where's the small strap? There's the small strap. Like, God bless the Work Sharp Precision Adjust, man. That thing is so damn good. So I think that was what, maybe like 30-ish minutes. And that was an entirely new edge, completely reprofiled, and looks pretty much factory when I was done. I'm not strapping at 90 degrees, Rich. But if you're strapping at 90 degrees, that might be why you hated this thing so much. If you're strapping at 90 degrees, it's probably about time to get the exhaust bearing checked on your car too. No, but at one point when I worked on Dobbins, I did convince a guy to pull into motor pool to get the exhaust bearing checked because the door was squeaking while the truck was idling. Like he couldn't figure out what it was, and he started getting real worried. I'm like, yeah, I might want to go to motor pool and have him take a look at the exhaust bearing real quick. That might be it. And it took like 2 minutes to convince him, but he went, and they laughed at him, predictably, and then he called me the idiot for it. Yeah, depending on when you do the stream and if I'm available, I'll definitely hang out and watch. Grid squares, I'm assuming you can get those on Amazon. Are you talking about the green grid mats that everybody else uses? I tell you what, you fire up a stream doing freehand sharpening, I'll hang out for a little while. That being said, okay, yeah, then if it's gonna be super short, give me a few minutes once I wrap this up, and I'll check it out. So once we get through here, we're all going over to see Knockoff Knives for his. That's impressive. That is impressive. Yeah, no, the camera is fine. Oh, okay. Hey, beautiful. Yeah, if you want to bring something home, just kind of like last time, something I can throw in the microwave later. If you want to do chicken tendies, that's fine. Because this stream is about wrapped up, and then I'm going to go watch Knockoff Knives stream and chill. Because we are pushing into... Yeah, Bill, we're wrapping this up right now, but we are still here. I think that wound up being a over 6.5 hour stream. No, 5.5. We're going towards hour 6 right now. It is 10 minutes after 6 here, and right, I mean, you probably are beautiful. I don't know. I've never seen you. Speaking of which, Knockoff, did you put a new mustache on? Longest stream so far. Yeah, man. All right. How'd the strop do? It did good except for where I messed that cut up. So yeah, the edge is definitely light years better than it was when we first started. Yeah, I'll take this any day of the week. I could run it through another strop cycle and get it back to probably as sharp as we had it right after we reprofiled it. But I'll take the edge retention on it, but not the factory grind. God, that was awful. Yeah, you're supposed to come back with a new one, knockoff. So it did absolute garbage when we first started the stream on the factory edge, and we stopped in the middle of it and reprofiled the whole thing down to 18 degrees and, you know, sharpened it in the process. Then it cut good. It did everything the way it was supposed to. And now it'd be a good knife without if it had another pocket clip. If I get another pocket clip, I'd be happy carrying this thing. But it's definitely doing a lot better now. We'll run through the strop again while we wrap this up. But I've also got to go up and use the bathroom pretty bad too. Tylenol, bathroom, decompress, all that. I just want to see if I can get it back to as sharp as I had it whenever we finished reprofiling it. Well, that's why you're supposed to put a different one on. Maybe it'll look better. Brother, I tell you, man, there was one time when I was spraying yards and I was in a truck day in and day out. They had me going into areas where subdivisions were being built, but there was nowhere to use the bathroom. There was no tree line, no nothing. And the nearest gas stations would be 20, 30 minutes away. And at one point I drove out of one of those areas and I kind of had to go to the bathroom, kind of didn't. I was trying to get back to the shop before it got too late. And I wound up on the highway. I think it was a I-75 or 285, one of those two. And I had to piss, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And you know, just complete parking lot on the highway. I was like, I put the truck in park, and I was sitting there. And finally, I brake, and I unzip everything, and I start filling up one of those big gulp cups from the gas station. And as soon as I am 50% of the way there, traffic starts up and takes off on me. So I had to finish filling that thing up, get the lid on it, put it somewhere safe, and zip myself back up at like 55 miles a fucking hour. I'm still mad about that. Well, like, we pushed out into 6 hours because I wanted to give the Cryo D2 itself as fair of a chance as possible of holding its edge and getting a thorough test. And I would go for another hour to give it the full 4, but I just can't. I can't. Which I think 6 hours is a lot for a surprise I'm bored live stream. It was the worst timing possible, and I knew that's why I didn't do it sooner. But I knew the second I started in on that process, traffic was going to take off on me. Yeah, that's a nice shiny edge right there, boys. Yeah. So we're pretty much back to where it was whenever we finished reprofiling it and sharpening it. Again, I got to give it up for the diamond paste. Yeah, this thing is crazy sharp now. So I'll have the aftermath video coming up soon enough. That may be tomorrow morning. I've got another video to upload tonight. I've already shot the video. Just got to upload it. Oh yeah, she is shaving nice and easy too. So yeah, I think we're gonna wrap it up here, guys. I appreciate y'all so much for being here. Like I said, I'm going to go settle down, use the bathroom, knock off. If you want to give it about 15-20 minutes before you start the stream. This is a Cryo D2. This is SOG's Cryo D2. So it's a different D2 than the Jin Captain D2, but I couldn't get 4 straight hours on this, but it still held its edge plenty well. Like, D2 is significantly better than 8CR. Molecularly very similar, but this does a lot better. So yeah. Knock off, you want to give it about 10 or 15 minutes before you start your stream. I will drop by and check it out, but it is time for me to wrap this thing up. Damn, that is sharp. Yeah, I guess. But yeah. All right, y'all have a good night, man. I'm tapping out.